Oh my goodness, X actually works tonight. Whew. Looks like Elon was answering my calls after all. I've been trying to get back on X for lives here for a while, and it seems like it's going to work tonight. Twos, how's Twos doing?
Twos is glad you finally figured that out. Now, if he could only figure out his mic issues,
yeah, well,
we'd be on to something.
We won't hold our breath there. Well, how's everybody doing tonight? All right, go Trump. We got Marauder James coming in. We got Hi Sean
and
Kelly
hi
Lloyd.
Sean, because I'm chopped liver.
You are chopped liver, buddy.
What the Shellbrook, man?
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. Hi, Twos.
Okay, fair enough. I actually said hi 222. West Can Grills and Smokers. Selling Pit Boss and Louisiana grill products, including pellet stoves, griddles, and all accessories. Shipping and or delivery available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia. Yeah, a bunch of Canadians up here. We got an episode sponsor. Why not? We're doing a little US
another good
coverage.
old Saskatchewan boy too.
Yeah, Vern Crawford. He says if you're interested, give him a call 306-768-7417. We'll make sure to plug it and bring it up here as we go.
And where do they
along.
ship to?
Anywhere in Western Canada, Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC. So quite the swath. Now, as you can tell, this is this is our fourth, yeah? Alberta, Saskatchewan, and
then
BC.
now this, fourth election coverage. You bet.
And if people are wondering, me and Twos are not in the same location this time. We thought it might be easier in the middle of everything we've been doing to do it virtually. And that all being said, Twos, I want to make sure we get to the guy sitting in the background because he's here for about 10 minutes. And then we got more people coming on. There's tons to talk about.
We'll
the polls are closed. Okay, fine. Well, our first guest, he's a family nurse practitioner who is one of the founders of Leading Edge Clinic alongside Pierre Corey. Of course, he's been on the podcast before. I'm talking about Scott Marsland. So, Scott, thanks for hopping in.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Sean. Hi, Twos.
Now, Scott, where are you coming in from? So people in watching this are know where you're, coming in from.
Yeah. My wife and I live in the beautiful Finger Lakes region of New York. So we're in Ithaca. We're in the shadow of Cougar Lake.
Ithaca.
Okay.
Yeah.
Known for some, they got some really good manufacturing out there.
Oh, that's
Firearms.
interesting. We definitely have a manufacturing history. Ithaca guns were made here a long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, tell us about New York, Scott. Like when you got two yahoos from Alberta doing election coverage for the United States, like I'm like, I don't even get to vote in this, but I get to, like as we say up here, it's like the Super Bowl of all elections is the United States. We stare at it. We know it's going to dictate for North America which way we're heading here into the future. Henceforth, us trying to bring on some different people from my background with the podcast and from across the United States to just kind of give us their thoughts on it. What are the thoughts from New York? Your thoughts on, so far what's been going on?
Well, a lot of people that haven't ever been to New York think that New York is New York City. Kind of like people who've never been to Pennsylvania think Philadelphia is Pennsylvania. New York City is in the southeastern part of the state. And there's really quite a difference philosophically, politically,
in every sort of way. Would it be safe to say that there's a strong urban-rural divide?
Yes.
Okay.
And like here in Ithaca, I call it hippy dippy Ithaca. There's a tagline. It's 10 square kilometers surrounded by reality. I can literally drive 5 minutes outside of the city and be in farmland in any direction. And I think I've counted 2 Trump signs in the entire city of Ithaca. and you travel.
Now, is that because there's no signs, or is that because they're all Harris signs?
Both. I think that many people rightly assume that they're taking their lives into their own hands, putting up a Trump sign in the city of Ithaca. Yeah, and the people who live outside of Ithaca think they have guns, and if you want to mess with their Trump signs, you just go ahead.
Fair enough. Everybody knows what they're looking at.
Now, Scott, like when it comes to the U.S. election, I'm going to pull up the map here. There, people can see where it's sitting right now, 101 to 71. I look at this and I'm like, all right, well, we got a long ways to go. Do you see anything different, Scott? Are you like, well, here's what you should know about, which way it's trending and the different things of, like how much do you pay attention to it? Are you like, this is just like, it's early times here. We still got obviously we got a ways to go, but like, are you feeling out Trump? Are you feeling out Harris? Do you care? Does it matter?
I care very, very deeply. My wife and I have had daily, sometimes multiple times a day, political conversations following these campaigns, and we're watching minute-to-minute coverage here. I don't think that we're really going to have much beyond speculation till 10. As former Philadelphians, I'll tell you that the early numbers in Philadelphia make me a little nervous.
They're very strong for Kamala.
Yeah,
and they have a lot of electoral votes in Pennsylvania. What's the story behind that? Because it seems like they've got a vastly disproportionate amount compared to their population.
Pennsylvania?
Or do they actually have the population and I'm just not aware of it?
No, I mean, they have the population. I mean, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia anchored on both. There's 4 million people in Philadelphia anchored on both ends of the state. And then there's huge areas of rural population throughout the state. I would say that going into the day that I was thinking that Trump was going to win, and I'm actually still hopeful that Trump is going to win, but I'm getting a little nervous based on the early reporting.
And is that just because of Pennsylvania, it being such a swing state? And I just pulled it up, right? Kamala Harris right now has 627,000 votes. That's 67% of the votes in so far. Donald Trump at 298,000. Like when you see these, because like one of the things here in Canada we always stare at is out east, right? That really dictates the election when it comes to the West, right? And I'm sitting here watching this and going, okay, like, I see so much blank. I'm like, and yet Scott's nervous. Walk me through that.
I'm not a. I have to qualify this and say I'm not a. I'm not a reporter. I'm not a. I used to be a Politico. I used to be part of the city and county Democratic Committee for like 8 years. So I've done my share of. Collecting petitions and poll watching. Part of what makes me nervous is the comparisons, because there's a lot of comparing here, kind of looking at where Trump was in 2020 against Biden and where he is now. And this morning, the early numbers for Philadelphia in particular looked like they were down. The early Democratic votes were down, I think, 500, 600,000 compared to 2020. That's a pretty big number to overcome. But now, as the day is progressing, as more reports are coming in from Philadelphia, that gap seems to be closing. So personally, that's part of the difference for me. There's a lot of there's a lot of nervousness, as I understand it, on the part of the Democrats in relation to some of the bigger cities in Wisconsin and Michigan. And there were some numbers that came in the last hour, which are, I think Milwaukee was one of them, that are a little bit more favorable for the Democrats. So,
well, I don't know. I'm looking at the AP, and according to them, nothing's come in officially from anywhere in Wisconsin yet. Although Michigan is 8% reporting, and they've got Kamala Harris up 54 and change.
Well,
and 0.4% are voting for Robert Kennedy. I mean, why didn't he take himself off the ballot?
He tried.
So
and
he tried.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him to.
Yeah,
right?
You know, that's quite a story, you know, where he had to face many court challenges to get on the ballot, and then in some of those same states,
and then they wouldn't even let him off.
Then they wouldn't let him off the ballot. Yeah.
Well, why don't we bring in the economist whose work can be found on Zero Hedge, Newsmax Media. He's the host of the Gold Goats and Guns podcast. I'm talking Tom Luongo. Tom, how's it going down in Florida?
Well, it's great. I get to smoke this big freaking Monte Cristo that I've got sitting here because Florida went plus 12 for Trump. I couldn't have seen that freaking coming. Miami went plus 11 for Trump. West Palm only went 1.5 points or 2 points for Harris, which is a complete blowout. Osceola County went red. So the Puerto Ricans voted for Trump and the Cubans voted for Trump. We're doing okay down here.
So the Puerto Rican jokes in Madison Square Gardens had no net effect. Hi, Tom, by the way. Good to see you.
People don't realize this, but after the hurricane, tore through Puerto Rico back under the Clinton administration, and they didn't rebuild the place, and Haiti and all that. They moved all those people into Orlando. They just didn't rebuild they didn't rebuild, and they just relocated everybody into Orlando. So the Puerto Ricans have been in and around the Orlando area, Osceola County, and the Miami, and obviously Miami is mostly Cuban. Those two don't like each other, and so Miami, the Cubans finally just broke hard red. What it amounts to is that this whole idea that Florida was ever a battleground state was complete horseshit. Mm-hmm. Okay, it was never purple. It was always purple because Broward, West Palm, and Miami-Dade they were so corrupt that they would report about 75% of the vote, then wait for the panhandle to get the numbers out of the panhandle, and then they would stop the count for about 2 hours. They'd wait for they'd calculate the numbers they needed out of the panhandle, and then they'd manufacture the votes they needed to flip those three counties hard blue. That's what they used to do.
Are you suggesting that there's chicanery in an election?
In Florida? Yeah. We were the butt of the joke, and then DeSantis cleaned all that shit up after the Trump election. And now we have the most secure elections in the United States. We report all of our numbers within 20 minutes of the polls closing, and there's no problems. And what a shock. Florida's, plus 12. In 2016, I said, no way is Trump going to lose Florida by anything. He's going to win. He's going to win Florida by 5 points. I was off by 2. In 2020, I said he's going to win by 7. He won by 5? Okay. Mm-hmm. This time I'm like, he's going to win by 9. I was off by 3 points. This time he's going to win by 12. It's crazy. And, I'm watching the results coming out of Georgia really carefully. And I've been sitting here, kind of looking that thing over and watching them see, they've stopped the count in Fulton County. They haven't, in Atlanta, they haven't updated Fulton County. In the last hour and a half, they were 53%. Then they went to 72%, and now they're sitting and they're waiting to see how many votes they have to manufacture to come out of to see if they can steal the election. So you got Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, all that whole area around Atlanta, and that's what they're going to do. And they always do this. And they think they're cute. They think they're sly. But he's still up by what? 200,000 votes? 190,000? We'll see. The interesting part is watching the Virginia numbers.
He's up by, in that range.
Mm-hmm.
So in Georgia, sorry,
now
you were
Virginia
saying?
is the really interesting part because Loudoun County came in, the northeast part of the basically the DC area of Virginia is the really interesting part because that's Fairfax, Loudoun, and Prince William counties. If you look at those, like Fairfax hasn't updated in hours. They're at 58% reported. Loudoun County is already in at 95%. So there's still 5% left in case they need to manufacture 5% of the vote. It's 90% now in Prince William County, but Trump's up by, 13,000 votes. So he needs to be ahead by about 100 grand to overwhelm that area. But then there's still Virginia Beach, but he's winning in Virginia Beach. He's winning, and Norfolk. Yeah, Norfolk is the problem. They're going to probably cancel each other out. And then there's Richmond, which is still
going blue right now too.
Yeah, but Richmond will. It's only 6% reported. So the problem with Virginia is that it's all the government employees. But he's going to do a lot better in Virginia than people think he is, and he could possibly win it. And that would be fascinating. So in the last couple of minutes, I haven't had a chance to look. So what did they call? Okay, they called Wyoming, South and North Dakota, and Missouri. Yeah, okay, there's no shock there.
But I don't think there's been any big surprises so far. Pennsylvania is a bit bluer than I'd thought it was going to be, and Scott was talking about that before you came on.
Yeah, well, no, what's going on in Pennsylvania is that you had 17% of Philadelphia reported early. That's it. And Harrisburg, same thing. Like they reported like 30%, they reported like 25 to 30% of the votes out of those two areas, which are hard blue. The big fun, the big fun in Pennsylvania is going to be as the rest of the state starts to come in. Again, let's see, have they updated Philadelphia in? No, they haven't. Philadelphia is still sitting at 17% reported. Like, are you kidding me? Come on, give us the numbers. They're holding on to these. They're holding on to these numbers because they always do this. They don't want to. They want to find out what it is they need to manufacture. And that's the way these things are. That's the way their vote cheating operation works.
Okay, so let me pick your brain on this for a second.
Well, before we hop there too, sorry, apologies. Scott, I said at the top of the hour I was going to let you go. Do you want to hang out for a few minutes or do you have...
This is even better than the reporting that I would be watching.
Perfect. Well then we'll keep adding people in because this is what happens. I'm like, okay. In the back of my brain, I'm like, do I need to
I've only got about 40 minutes or so because we're doing a Twitter Spaces at 10 o'clock where alcohol will start to flow and then the real fun will start.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So we don't agree with smoking or drinking on this show whatsoever. Carry on. Fire away.
Except you invited me on, Sean, and you should know what's going to happen next.
Can I ask a question about Florida?
Sure, fire away, Scott.
Is that electronic voting in Florida?
Yeah, absolutely it is. It's all Scantron ballot. It's complete, but voter ID, Scantron ballots with hard ballots, right? Like so, we bubble in a paper ballot. We don't have like touch screens. We have a hard paper ballot. We run it through the Scantron machine, and so they can do a hand recount of the entire state. Yeah. Now the interesting part about this is you have to realize what they're doing. The real vote cheating operation now is not, oh, well, let's just print up a bunch of ballots and throw them in there. No, what they're doing is they're putting all these illegal immigrants in these zip codes that they're targeting. These people aren't actually voting. Like they don't know what the hell's going on. They give them a voter ID. Half of them don't even speak the language. Then they print a ballot for them, harvest the ballot, fill the ballot out, and send it in. And then who can say that these people didn't vote?
Got it.
And then that's how they can sit there and say, well, we didn't. There's no cheating involved. That's the plausible deniability. That's the real cheat mechanism. And that's the thing we have to really, I don't know how you beat that, if you can beat that. So,
That's why I was asking you what kind of ballots you have down in Florida.
Well, before there are any questions get asked, I can see Steven Murray sitting in the background. So let's bring in a former information warfare officer and cyber defense battalion commander. I'm talking about retired Lieutenant Colonel Steven Murray. So Steven Murray, thanks for hopping in with us.
Hey man,
no worries, Sean. Good to see you.
Yeah, great to see everybody. This is I don't know. two Canadians doing. I just stand here and run the cameras.
Hey,
that's right. Well, I mean,
Dwight,
you're talking about Russian tampering.
Okay.
We might as well have Canadians doing our thing too.
Well, first off,
the Brits are here too.
We both have American missuses, and secondly, Dwight David Eisenhower is my great grandmother's first cousin, so I'm kind of, loosely associated with with this thing going on down in the South. You guys have.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. I can just see guys hanging out in the background. I'm like, I might as well just add them to this insanity and allow it to continue to percolate. So carry on, gents. I just saw Steve sitting in the background. I wanted to bring him in.
So,
okay,
yeah.
then
So
I'll
nobody's
start.
going to continue the conversation.
I'm sorry. I was just checking the map. Like it's like, what am I going to do? It's like, it's like,
yeah, 120 is where it goes to 99 for Trump right now.
Yeah. So CNN has him as 154 versus 27 for Kamala Harris. Now that's going to change for her very, very quickly. New York is going to, get called really soon, and New Jersey is always strangely competitive up until the last minute as well, because this is the way. Like every state has its own rhythm to how they report. But one of the things, Steve, I was talking about before you came on was that of how they'll report a whole bunch of like a big blob of like Atlanta votes, and then they'll wait to see how many. What happens in the rural parts of the state, and then they're we need to print up another 157,000 ballots in Fulton County and dump them on the market before they update anymore. So like Fulton County's been sitting at 72% reported now for over an hour, right? This is all part of the game that they play to see if they can actually manufacture the votes they need. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question for you.
But Trump is up 245,000 votes in Georgia, so there may not be 245,000 votes net in that area. And then once they know that what that math looks like, that's when they'll call the state. All right?
Yeah.
How come Maryland's been called already, according to AP, despite the fact that it's got 1% reporting and Trump is winning?
Because they did an exit poll and they know full well that Maryland's going to go 70-30. Okay. It's the same thing. It's the same like like anybody trying to say that Iowa was in play. Trump's going to win Iowa by 8 points. Like fuck off with all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, it's seriously like it's all just silly nonsense. Like the idea that Trump's going to lose Iowa. Iowa's never in play, but they always make the idea. They always like to make people think it's in play. Ohio's good. Ohio's going to be the interesting part, and I think this Senate race in Ohio, that's actually the most important thing there, because if Moreno can pull off the Sherrod Brown, the flip on Sherrod Brown, which as of right now, it looks like he could do it. It depends on how big Trump's coattails are. You could flip two seats here, West Virginia and Ohio, and that would be really significant. Ted Cruz is going to win. I'm not really worried about the rest of it.
Ted Cruz, classic Canadian.
Do care about the down ballot, Tom. The down ballot is, I would say the down ballot is more important than POTUS is at this point.
It's incredibly important.
You talked about cheating before, and I've operated under the premise that 2020 was not about POTUS. It was about the down ballot, because they installed Mark Kelly, and Mark Kelly, nobody voted for him, although can make the case that McSally was too much of a shrub for people to vote for a second time when she took over. So there is a case to be made there. However, you talked about cheating earlier. So I'll give you the 411 on Arizona and how it went down in 22. In 2020, they changed from precincts to polling stations. So you can vote anywhere in the state now. As long as you have your picture ID, you can vote anywhere in the state. That was a Katie Hobbs thing. And now in 22, I was literally in line. I went to 4 different polling stations because the lines were like 3-4 hours long.
Wow.
And I watched the exact same people go from polling station to polling station and walk in with fistfuls bags of ballots. The same 4 people, all 4 places, which is highly illegal, just to say the least. But what they've done since then is, like Tom was saying, They brought illegals in. They have given them driver's license, which automatically registers them to vote, given them a fictitious address like a stadium, a park somewhere.
Wrigley Field,
Yeah.
famously from the Blues Brothers.
Then they fly them out and they use the vote. And that's the first way. The second way is they've tainted the voter rolls, which there was a judgment down here. They had to clean up the voter rolls. And there's no way they can do it in 2 days.
Are you talking about Virginia?
No, I'm talking about Arizona.
Okay,
So in Arizona, they've done every form of cheating you can think of. They've registered illegals. They've tainted the voter rolls. They've changed the precincts. They've ballot harvested. You could go by the numbers. I mean, it's comprehensive. And Tom's right. What they do here is Adrian Fontes came out and said not even a week ago, it's going to take us 14 to 16 days to count ballots. Well, isn't that what the machines are for? Aren't the machines supposed to help count faster? Isn't it? You scan the ballot in the machine and it counts everything right there and tallies it up, which shouldn't be connected to the internet, by the way, which they are. So he says it's going to take 14 to 16 days. So somewhere in March or April of 25, we'll have a result for Arizona. So,
Yeah,
and it's because I guess it's hard to go 1, 2, 3. I don't know.
Well, then and then we find out that let's go back to 2020 where they just dumped 250,000 votes on Biden in a 4-hour period, and it takes it would take 9 hours or whatever it was that it would take 9 hours to scan that many ballots in that many in that amount of time with the number of machines that they had. Like, it's all bullshit. Like, they just made up a number and they reported it and they dared us all to and then it gets proven and no one goes to jail. No one, but they get the fucking gold watch, for Christ's sake, these people. Like, it's pathetic. It's beyond pathetic, to be honest with you. So,
hey, gents, as we're talking, we got the host of Coffee and a Mic podcast sitting in the background. He's sitting in Arizona. Why don't we bring him in? Hey, Mike, how's it going tonight?
Good. How are you guys? What's up, Steve?
I ain't drinking yet. That starts at 10.
Mike's 20 minutes away from me, Sean. We're both in Arizona.
Fair enough, Steve. This is, when I'm planning this out, I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be something. It's like a cast of characters all mingling together. So I'm interested. Carry on, gents. I just thought I would add in another guy who's sitting in the background and add him to this. Mike, I guess maybe I should just start this way. Anything you want to add to this conversation as it's unfolding?
Yeah, Steve and I were actually talking on the phone about this last night, and just real quick, sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we were talking about this last night. Why should anybody expect a different outcome here, especially in Arizona where we live? Like, nothing has changed. Stephen Ricker is still the recorder in Maricopa County. You've got the attorney, and I literally just did a podcast. I put it out earlier with an editor from American Thinker, where she was talking how Arizona, they shot down some types of cheating in the court system. I said, okay, that's all great and all, but you got to have an attorney general that's willing to enforce it. Well, Steve, am I right? This attorney general is not going to enforce anything. And once
Chris Mays is going to go after anybody who challenges the election. She's already said that, right? She went after all the Trump lawyers, et cetera. So, yeah, fight's on, man.
Yeah, my friend Christina Bobb, she's looking at, I don't know how many felony charges she was indicted on. The trial starts in January of 26 because she was an attorney for in 2020 for Trump, challenging the election.
How dare she?
Rudy Giuliani, there was, I don't know how many, 10 of them, 14 of them that were named in Arizona. She doesn't even live here. She lives in Florida.
Yeah, they're using lawfare and Mark Elias was down here, went after a case of Cochise County because the Board of Supervisors after 22 voted that they would do hand counts after every election. Of course, Mark Elias went down there and used the legal system to say that was unconstitutional. How dare you hand count ballots? You have the machines that are right from Venezuela that are so secure. So
counting ballots by hand is unconstitutional because the founding fathers obviously all used Dominion voting.
Mm-hmm. It's racist.
Look,
sorry, where did that even come from?
At the end of the day, everything's
racist.
We know what they're going to do. We We know how they're going to do it. Then the question is, will it matter if they can't manufacture the numbers? That's really what it comes down to.
Oh,
And,
absolutely, Tom. Absolutely.
And then guys like Mark Elias, Steve, as well as I do, are literally going to go this route because they don't have any other option, because they know full well that the hammer of God's coming down on them if they lose this election. The stench of desperation from these people is so vivid. It comes right through the internet connection. I mean, people tell me all the time, like, dude, you can wear the same shirt to every podcast because we can't smell you through the microphone. I'm like, well, I can smell Mark Elias every time I see him. Like, you can just tell. And so I haven't started drinking yet, Mike. It's only going to get better from here.
I know the visuals are right there.
I'm jumping on your live stream later. I'll be on there watching.
Yeah, no, we'll be on Twitter. It'll be a blast. Like, Dexter's going to bring the acoustic guitar. We're going to hang out and play I Want to Be Sedated. Like, it's going to be hilarious. So it's not like we're going to be professionals or anything. Come on. Like, let's not. I literally just got the text from Dexter. We should start a little early and I'll just play music beforehand into the microphone. Like, fine. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm a terrible acoustic guitar player, so I'm not going to do it. What am I going to play? Comfortably Numb? Well,
I can honestly say though that Arizona is a red state. It is not a blue state.
Of course.
And I was told 2 years ago now, two and a half years ago, that there was a 5-year plan to turn Arizona blue, and it looked like they were going to be effective at it. I'll make a prediction that Arizona will be so close, but it'll go to Harris because it was so close. It's exactly what they did to Kerry Lake. I don't see Kerry Lake. They're not going to let Kerry Lake step in office. They're not going to let Abe Hamadeh step in office. And they're going to install Gallego, who is a card-carrying communist. He is come out and said he's a communist. They're going to install him right next to Mark Kelly, who's owned by the Communist Chinese Party. So I can tell you how it's going to go with Arizona. I'm hoping that the sum total of all the other states that turn red carry Trump over the 270 mark, because the reality is they've set conditions where nobody's going to buy the outcome of the election. The left's not going to buy it, and the right's definitely not going to buy it. And I think it's going to be hard for them to obfuscate the numbers this time, because I can tell you, I early voted here, which I never do. And it was busy all week last week with people voting early because they didn't want to wait till election day and vote. And today it was busy all day, and it's probably still busy right now. And the polls close in like 45 minutes. So I would venture a guess that it's going to be very, very close, and they'll come up with the ballots to send her over the top. And then either the court battles start or the Civil War starts. Take your pick.
Have you guys?
Mike.
Is anybody?
I'm sorry, Steve. That's important. Just a quick update on Atlanta. As we were talking earlier, they've updated Fulton County. It's now up to 78% reported. Trump is up 250,000 in Georgia. DeKalb County is 64%. Gwinnett is the big one. They haven't moved in hours at 16%. And Cobb County is at 78%. So there's not a whole lot of ballots left for them to harvest. And there's still at least like 10 counties that haven't even reported. And they're all rural counties that are all going to go like 70-30 Trump. So I don't know. Georgia's looking solid here. And he's up about he was up about 20,000 votes in Virginia. Nope. That's the Senate race. Yeah, he's up about 20,000 votes in Virginia. And yeah, I don't know. I haven't updated that map yet either. But I'm using CNN, FYI. I'll be honest with you. I think CNN always has the best coverage because they have the best coverage to drill into on a county by county basis and all that. So just to give you an idea.
Yeah, I just like Paul. I just like the visuals. This is the Canadian Tom looking for the best maps that break it down, that give me the visual of like, that's what's happening right now, and it's confirming all the numbers you're throwing out about all the different places. It doesn't go as in depth, but for the average listener who tunes in, it gives you a pretty clear indication of where everything sits. anyways, that's the reason I got the map chosen the way I do.
And so it is another interesting thing, and I want the Steve or Mike, if you guys want to chime in on this. I was talking to my wife earlier, and she mentioned that there was a report that just came out that they've admitted that they fucked up the 2020 census and that Florida should have 32 electoral votes, and that New York and one other state should have lost one. And guess what? If you go do a 270 to win map, where you take out WMEPA, that's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and you give everything else that would normally be, what Trump needs, you realize that Nevada, which is probably going to go Trump, with Florida having 32, like Nevada, if he takes Arizona and all the other states he should take, plus Nevada, that would be 270 if Florida was at 32, because at Florida at 30, it's only 268. Yeah. Now, guess what? That was fucking game planned.
Oh, absolutely it was.
Yeah, isn't it funny how it always seems to go in one way when they make mistakes? I want to point something out here. I was checking out the CNN map here, and the neat thing about it is you can check the 2020 election results. And they're, CNN known for stretching the truth fairly regularly, I think we could all say. But here they're accidentally being honest when they're saying that Kamala Harris won the 2020 election.
Yeah, that's we're just at that point. Like it's always hilarious just to watch this play itself out, but nothing changes. And the funny part about this is that I was before Mike, you and Steve hopped on, I was telling them about Florida and how Florida used to vote. Right, it used to be right. We'd get everything would come in, and then Miami-Dade, Broward, and West Palm would stop counting at about 75%, and then the Panhandle will come in, and then they'd manufacture the votes they needed out of those three counties. Since they cleaned that whole process up, got rid of Brenda Snipes and Broward and all the rest of them, and then went to the most secure. We have the most secure voting in Florida, in the United States, in Florida.
I'm going to give it to you.
What's that?
I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you, but remember, CISA's still out there too, and they can still hit the machines. So the other thing that we didn't talk about is it bears repeating. And by the way, there's only one rule here: can't be more bitter than I am. That's the only rule we have tonight, right? So let's just keep that in mind. Tom, you can hit the guardrails, but you can't go over the guardrails.
I have to bounce back onto the. Bounce back into
you got to get back on the
enough,
freeway and keep going. Worries, you can take some dents, but you can't be more bitter. I'm the only guy that could go off the rails. The interesting thing about this is that CISA was supposed to be monitoring external influences. So I'm curious to see what that's going to say for Dade County and Broward County. Well, that'll be very interesting to see what reporting comes out of that, because they're going to blame something on Russia, because there's no way that Dade County could go for Trump. Too blue.
It went 11 points, dude.
I know it did.
Like, it's going to be really hard for them.
It's true.
The Cubans are all like, Osceola County went for Trump. The Puerto Ricans voted for Trump.
Yeah,
okay.
They don't want to be in a communist
There's
country.
nothing they can do. It's bulletproof. Like, the numbers are overwhelming. It was just insane. I looked at those numbers and I was like, holy. I've been watching Florida politics forever and a day. I'm like, okay, Alachua County. Yeah, the People's Republic of Alachua County went 62-38 for Kamala Harris. What a shock. Okay, but who cares? Like, Ocala went 65-35 Trump, so they cancel each other out. But Miami, West Palm only went 2 points for Kamala Harris. Now, I'm sorry, but the Russians are good, but they don't have that much control. Like, West Palm was not. Broward was only 60-40, and I don't even
Well, I was going down the road of they're already starting to build the narrative that Russia's interfering, right? Which is not real.
Well, doesn't that lend itself to imply that that it's going to go in favor of Trump then? Because they're not going to say that there's Russian interference if they're planning on actually being able to find enough ballots to win.
Well, that's the question of the night, right? I'm too hesitant to say that I'm getting my hopes up, because it's way too early to make any kind of a presumption that, because we all watched 2020, where in the middle of the night, they literally stopped the counting. We woke up and Trump was down by like 2 million votes. So we were all like, wait, what happened? And, shame on us for not paying attention.
You guys got to flatten the curve.
So Steve, it was interesting. I was live streaming that night, and I was quite drunk by the time it was done, and we were all celebrating. But then I cut the stream off at about 12:30, and then I sat there at my desk at about 2 a.m. and I watched the vote counts stop, and then I did a 270 to win map, and I looked it all over, and I went at 2 a.m. and I went, and I texted Dexter, and I said, they're going to steal this. Yep. This is what they're going to do. This is their plan. And I went boom, 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 boom. Even if they only do a 271 to 269, I laid that map out. And I said, they're going to steal this. We're going to wake up in the morning and everything they said they were going to do, they're going to do. And his text reply to me was, Civil War is that.
Yep.
And the next day when they started doing it, and they did the fraud, I wrote that. That's the name. That was the name of my next blog post. I literally said that then and there, they have declared civil. They have declared that, they would rather break the country up. And that was the moment when I started down the rabbit hole of, okay, so Europe and the Brits are desperately trying to break the United States up. And that's when everything that you guys know me for as a commentator, it all happened that night when I saw that happen at 2 a.m. And then I couldn't go to sleep. I didn't get to sleep till about 4:30 because I was like, oh, okay. And then I scheduled a trip to Mexico for January 6th, so I wasn't even in the country. We spent Christmas in Mexico. And I mean,
you wouldn't have been the first person who got prosecuted without being there.
In Mexico, that's literally what I was thinking at that point. Do I even want to come back from the trip? That's serious.
Well, yeah, you're not the only one, Tom. I had a buddy of mine call me. He's still in the system in the Beltway, and called me and said, "Are you coming out for January 6th?" I went, "There's no way I'll be on the ground for that. You already know how that's going to go." And he said, "Yep." So we knew exactly how it was going to go before it even happened. Again, this is not bitterness, by the way. This is talking to guys in the system that saw what I saw. And anytime you get that number of people, first of all, I think the sheer volume of people who showed up on January 6th scared the hell out of everybody in DC, because there was millions of people on the ground. That was unprecedented. Yeah, all the way back to the 60s, it was unprecedented. And then the second thing was they were peaceful, which they couldn't allow that to happen. So we'll see which way it goes tonight, but it's too early to call anything, to say that he's up, to at least a commanding lead. But I can tell you the numbers of people that voted in this election will far outweigh any election previous to this. People were showing up. In fact, I had calls all day from people that were asking me where to go vote and how to go vote, because they hadn't voted before, and they were going to go vote for Trump because they didn't want to see Harris in office. So that should tell you that even people that are on the fence went out and voted. So that's encouraging, right? But
yeah, it is encouraging. Florida is going to go plus 14 for Trump. Okay, plus 14. That's at 89% counted, and he's up by almost 14 points, by 1.5 million. He's up 800,000 votes in Texas with 64% voted. He's up 10 points in Texas. He's up 10 points in Ohio.
Sounds like North Carolina was just called for Trump.
Should be, because he's up 4%. He's up by 4 points with 55% voted.
Hey, Tom, you know when you talk over my head right now, I'm like, you're saying things, and you got a Canadian sitting here going, why is that such a big deal? Tell me why 14 points in Florida is a big deal. And,
because as of 2 election cycles ago, Florida was supposedly a battleground state that was purple. Okay. Texas, they've been busting illegals in for 20 years to turn Texas red, blue. Okay. Ohio's flipped back and forth. And Ohio was the, however Ohio went, used to be, if Ohio was the bellwether. If Ohio went blue, then the Democrat was probably going to win. It's not really that anymore. It's turned into Pennsylvania, but Ohio, any more than 3 points. Remember, it was Bush v. Gore was over Ohio and Florida, right? Or 2004, Bush Kerry was over Ohio. Bush v. Gore was over Florida. Remember, these are the elections. These are the pivotal elections, the states. So to see them break this hard, like no one had Trump plus 14 in Florida. They had him plus 7.
Okay, and why are you thinking that Nevada, who has never gone Trump, is going to be Trump?
Because all the California, because all the red staters from California have moved to Nevada, and the pollsters have all picked that up.
Okay,
and people didn't
vote
in the last cycle, right? They didn't vote in 22, and they didn't vote in 20. A lot of people didn't vote in 2020. I can tell you that this cycle, people that weren't even on the fence about voting are voting because they look. The short answer is most Americans have figured out that this is an existential crisis for the country, and it has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with Harris. It's all about the illegals. They know if they don't show up, their vote's going to go to somebody else. And you call it a scare tactic, a psyop, whatever, but it was highly effective to get people off the couch and go vote. And if that's the case, great, because we've never seen numbers like this in any county. And that's unprecedented in our history. Because look, conservatives are by and large, apathetic when it comes to voting, and Democrats are not. Anybody that's a liberal, they are call to action. They all move in unison, and their base is going to show up no matter how terrible the candidate is. I mean, look at Harris. Everybody in her own party hates her so much they hate her more than Hillary Clinton, but they're still turning out to vote for her.
That sounds a little extreme.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's not. It's absolutely correct. He's correct.
Yeah,
on this. Absolutely. It looks like Bernie Moreno is going to beat Sherrod Brown. By the way,
wow,
that's going to be 2. He's up 150,000 votes at 60% in, and Trump's gotten huge coattails in Ohio. Possible down ballot stuff. I haven't even looked at the House yet. That's 2 flips on the Senate minimum. They could do better than that.
Let's hope they do.
Yeah, let's hope because they need 54. They need 54 in the Senate to even have a real majority, because you've got Romney, Collins, and Murkowski, and those fucking people they're all fucking Democrats. If Trump wins this, and they're all going to flip. Romney's going to leave the fucking party, and then they're going to have to shoot him in Utah, or wherever the fuck he's from, and then appoint somebody else, which is what should happen to him, because he's a fucking traitor. So whatever. I am not advocating violence, folks. Just saying, like, people in Utah aren't stupid. They know what to do.
Well, remember, Trump's going to round everybody up and put them all in camps, so they all need to run and hide.
Happy camps.
Trump's, that's
what they want to do to us.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do to us, dude.
I know.
I was in Washington over the weekend, right? And literally in Washington State, 2 different times on the freeway, I'm seeing all these FEMA trailers. And they're huge trailers
with that shit.
I'm telling you, what are they doing in Washington? There's absolutely, positively no reason for them to be there, right? They should be in North Carolina. But at least 3 convoys of FEMA trailers. I'm like, what's that all about? But they're telling us what they're going to do, right? And like today, Jen Psaki says the First Amendment should apply to disinformation too. Oh, okay. So there we go. There it is. The disinformation czar is going to come out of the woodwork if they elect this woman. So that's going to be that great time to be alive right now. Oh, great time to be alive.
Do you think Psaki's going to go back to working for the government?
Well, that's the short answer is yes, because that's how the game's played, right? They bounce back and forth between public and private, and they have public-private partnerships. That's how the game's played. And I would see her going back. If Harris goes, I see her going back as a cabinet member for a short period of time. But absolutely. Why not?
Well, I don't know. I mean, she's getting paid. She's front and center all the time. She's getting plenty of primetime coverage.
Yeah, but someone with her wants power.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just going to go there.
And there's more money with the gold watch and the book deal afterwards, okay, than there is working for CNN or PMSNBC or whatever.
Wow, they just called Texas for Trump.
Well, duh.
They called Ohio for Trump, Texas for Trump.
CNN hasn't. Yeah, CNN
Well,
hasn't, but they
CNN
will.
has.
He's up 11. I mean, 62% in, and they've already called it. I
So
mean, he's
are
up.
you guys?
He's up 30,000 votes and 13% in Wisconsin. So
Are you guys confident that he's going to win right now based on what the
No.
data that's out there?
no. If Virginia falls to Trump, this election is over. I think it's all about Virginia, because if he wins any one of the three, Wisconsin, WMEPA, and Virginia, forget it, it's over. It doesn't matter what happens out west. And they know that.
So Virginia, you said one of the three. So what? Wisconsin, Virginia, Pennsylvania?
No. One of Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Two of those four, he wins. Virginia plus one of those three, he wins. There's no way to beat him. There's no way to. There's no path.
Arizona,
Virginia
Nevada doesn't matter at that point.
Nope.
Yeah, Arizona doesn't matter at that point. I don't think he's going to win Virginia. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that, we got 40% of the way to go in Virginia. He's up by 17,000. He's up by 18,000 votes.
Okay, what about
it's tight? It shouldn't even be tight, guys. At this point, Virginia should have already been called. That's the point.
He's up by more than that, Tom. My numbers show he's up
CNN.
by. CNN's got the updated.
I'm looking where Tom's looking, and his math checks out.
Yeah, I mean, I can do math. Like, I'm really good at that. The superpower I really have is being able to do like 3 by 3. I get 3 by 3 and 3 by 3 division and multiplication in my fucking head, for Christ's sake. I'm really good at it.
It's refreshing to know that the infamous American education system hasn't let everybody down.
No,
are you guys ready for this one?
Really good at math, guys.
That's probably self-tutored, not the American education system.
What do you got, Steve?
This was just reported on Twitter. Maricopa County printers ran out of ink. They can't print anymore.
Wait, let me go get some. I think I can.
Unbelievable.
That's in Arizona?
Oh yeah. Every bit of malfeasance they could pull out of the drawer they're using. Programmatic failures of machines. The printer paper was off. The ballots were off. Now the printers are out of ink. Man, you can't make it up. The bomb threats in Georgia were the best.
Yeah.
Come on.
I just keep waiting to see Bill Belichick enter politics.
That would be perfect.
I'd like to see Nick Saban, man. Nick Saban would bomb everybody. He'd destroy everybody until they're completely annihilated.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so to give you an idea how big a red ass beatdown it was in Florida, Osceola went plus 14 for Trump, Osceola County, plus 14 for Biden in 2020. Trump won it. Hillsborough and Duval, which is Tampa and Jacksonville, also flipped. Like, we have the only urban centers in the country that voted red because we have a secure election. Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville. The only cities worth a shit in Florida that went blue were the two big college towns, Tallahassee and Gainesville, West Palm barely, and Old Jewville, Broward. And all the old Jews are dying off and they're being replaced. And the replacement there is they're being replaced by, I'm telling you, they're being replaced by base black guys.
Orlando,
like, I'll vote for my man
Democrat.
Trump. He's awesome. Like, it's insane. Like, people have no idea what's happened in Florida. Like, when I say that if the country has to split, it starts there, starts here. It's Florida. There's your map.
Okay, but Orlando.
Orlando is both orange and Osceola. So Osceola is to the south of what you see in blue for Orlando is Orange County.
But where's the split in Florida that you're describing?
And there's Osceola right below it. There you go. Okay. There's 5 counties? It used to be 7 or 9. It used to be like 9 or 10. It's now 5. I mean, look at that. That's Osceola County, for Christ's sake. You didn't. Jesus Christ. That's insane. That's awesome.
Illinois went for Harris.
Well, of course. That's Illinois. It's the center of.
Vote early, vote often.
How is Pennsylvania only 31% reported right now?
What is?
Pennsylvania.
Because they're still cheating in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
and
they're still cheating.
Philadelphia.
Yes.
They have to cheat their asses off in Philadelphia because the rest of the state's red.
Yeah.
Have you guys been following Polymarket at all throughout this? Throughout the lead up?
Mm-mm.
Well,
Okay.
So it's basically you more or less bet on who you think you want to win. And you got to bet with crypto, and it went right through the roof in the last couple days.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about it a few weeks ago on the Mashup, and we're like, oh, it's a little close, whatever else. And then now, like literally in the last day, it jumped 20% for Trump.
Yep.
So that's everybody thinking they can cash in and make some money. And, you know, everybody wants to speculate here and there, but the people who are literally putting they're putting their crypto where their mouth is. And it's almost 80% Trump.
Well, that's because
I had a lot of people tell me. I had a lot of people trying to tell me that it was going to be a Harris. Everything was going to break Harris at some point. And I'm like, yeah, that's nice.
Jill Stein doesn't even show up on that graph.
Yeah, no, Jill Stein or Chase Oliver. Let's not talk about things that matter. Let's not talk about things that don't matter. Like
the funny thing is that Chase isn't even he's not doing any better in New Hampshire than he is any other states either.
Are they really projecting that Nebraska is going to go blue? Really?
No, they're not projecting anything. Well, that's just the current vote totals.
Yeah, there's no way.
Like, no, Nebraska is like 62-38.
Yeah, it's
not even close.
No
if we had a viable libertarian actually running like in this country, like in places like Idaho and Wyoming and whatnot, if the libertarian actually ran hard, like properly, actually spent all of their money, they could come in second in those states.
I don't know. There's a lot of California man buns in Idaho now.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a lot of beta cucks up there.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that man bun is a complete misnomer.
No, it's not.
There's nothing manly about it.
No, it's
guys,
not.
how is Michigan at 14% right now? 14%.
Well,
they got a lot of work to do out there.
Yeah.
It's 940.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
everybody knows they're going to go blue. They're not even looking at it as a battleground state anymore.
Well, I mean, again, it's like everything else. It's not. It's about it's about the cheating. It's about the industrial strength cheating, and that's the way that works. So, let's see. Georgia's up to 77% reported, and Trump is up by 220 grand. North Carolina should be called anytime now. Virginia, he's still up by 22,000 votes. They're just trickling in. But it's like this in Virginia. It's still closer in Virginia than it's been in the past. So it's interesting what's happening. And then, I don't know. Wisconsin's going to be the interesting part.
Do you think? What
about? I don't think so. I think Wisconsin, they're going to pull out the cheat again.
Well, they can try. They can try, but it comes down to Madison's already 45% reported. Milwaukee is already 42% reported, Steve, and half the state hasn't reported anything yet. So you're already at half of the two big blue centers where they would cheat in those two areas in Wisconsin, and so. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's possible. Like, it's very possible.
I love that kitty optimism. I'm going to stay simple.
I'm just doing math here. Like, it just comes down to real math. Like,
no, we don't do real math here, man. Common Core. Got to dumb it down.
No. Okay. They would have to if these guys. Okay, look at the numbers in Wisconsin as of right now. Go to Wisconsin. Look at Milwaukee County, right? She's up by 70,000 votes with 42% reported. Take those numbers and multiply them out, and that's another plus 80,000 votes for her. Okay, do the same thing in Madison, and it's another 75,000 or another 80,000 votes. All he has to do is win the rest of the state by 170 grand, and they're fucked. That's it. Because it's not like that we're not already at 75 or 80% voter turnout with numbers like that. So at some point, you can't report 114%, voter turnout.
Yeah, there must be a
that's
term.
not going to fly this time, and unfortunately,
there must be a term for this.
I'm going to have to go. It's 9:45, so I got to get out of here. You guys take care.
Tom, thanks for hopping in.
Bag on and do the thing. So you guys be well. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye.
See you, Tom.
So I got to go too, guys.
Thanks for hopping in, Scott.
Nice to hang out with you.
I'm going to take off as well. Thanks, everybody. I'm kidding.
So does Georgia appear that it's going to Trump? Am I understanding that right? Or is there still a long way to go?
So Georgia's 52-47. And what do you have? 79% votes in. So yeah, Kamala's got a lot of ground to make up in only 21% left to report for that to work. So I don't know if they've called it or not, but it's getting pretty close. I can't see. Well, I don't know. I'm not an American, but I would say that just same thing like Tom was saying. Mathematically speaking, they've got to come out. Probably 70% of the next votes have to come out for
70 or 80
for Kamala,
yeah.
And the only ones that haven't reported anything yet are, not in major centers.
Gents, am I super delayed? Just curious.
Yeah, you're a little delayed.
All right, I'll be right back.
Steve, what do you think? I mean, is it apparent that George is going to go to Trump?
I'm not going to say definitively anything right now because remember, there's still 20% of the vote, and if she takes 80% of that, he loses Georgia. And remember, in 2020, it was a very, very close count, like 10,000, 20,000 votes. It was not a significant number. So this is what I was talking about earlier, that they make it look like it's really close, but Atlanta and in Savannah, they're, you're seeing the cheating mechanisms at work, right? That's what Tom was talking about. They do the pause, and then they continue. Once they get enough votes injected into the system, that's exactly what I see them doing right now.
Well, Savannah's only reported 25%, and some areas around Atlanta are around 82 or 9, even up to 93. But there's one called Gwinnett that's only 16.
Yeah, and there you go. You got to. This will sound cynical, but it is. You have to assume that they've planned this out, that this was a very, very coordinated effort to do this. If they're going to squeak a win in, and first of all, I don't think anybody's going to buy it, but because of the record number of voters. So I'm cautiously optimistic that they'll give him Georgia and they'll give him the win. But I'm going to wait and see how Wisconsin comes out, how Minnesota comes out, and how Georgia comes out. Virginia, I think, is going to go blue. I don't think there's, knowing the demographic there and knowing how many of the Beltway bandits live in Northern Virginia and how heavily blue it is, I highly doubt that Trump will win that.
It's getting pretty tight right now. They're within 27,000 votes, and it's not even 2/3 done yet. Why hasn't anybody in this group mentioned Arizona so far tonight?
Well, we talked about Arizona earlier, right? They said they were going to take, 14 to 16 days to count the votes.
Yeah, but in terms of what you think would be happening, I guess. Sorry, I should have. It's not. We're talking about all the chicanery and all the different ways that things aren't on the up and up, or at least there's opportunities for things not to be on the up and up. But how do you think it will be going?
There's no way they're going to give Arizona to Trump. There's no way.
No way.
They're not going to give it. They're not going to give it to Lake. They're not going to give it to Abe Hamadeh.
Lake's running again?
Yeah, she's running for Senate. She's running for a Senate seat. She's running against Gallego, and there's no way that she's going to win. There's no pathway for her to get there.
I mean, even Steve, if I could add that, even when you're looking at the top part of that from the Senate standpoint, Kirsten Sinema, and I have to wonder, maybe Steve, you might have some insider thoughts. Why did she drop out and decide not to run again? I mean, she's young and went independent, had momentum, seemed like momentum going, and a lot of leverage. She decides to not seek re-election. Gallego and Carrie Lake are going for that seat. Gallego to me is going to win. I think he's going to win it easily.
Well, where you'll see the numbers is in Pinal County and Pima County, right? That's
and
heavily blue.
Maricopa too, right?
And Maricopa, right? They'll make it look close, 10, 20,000 votes, but she'll ultimately lose. The Gallego's polling at like 10%, maybe 10%. Same with Harris. This is a red state, but I know how the malfeasance is going to go. They're going to wait. What they do is they wait for all the other counties to report, and then they report their numbers, and it's super, super close, et cetera, et cetera. The only reason Carrie Lake won in the primaries was because all of the outlying counties held back their vote and forced Maricopa County to disclose their numbers on election night. That was the only reason that she won. And then after that, they took all the votes down to the MTEC. And now they do everything at the MTEC and centralize it. So what you'll see out of this is you'll see stuff come out of Runbeck, who is where all the ballots are basically congregate at Runbeck, and then they go down to the MTEC. That's their chain of custody. You're going to see some malfeasance there. You'll see some malfeasance at the MTEC. I mean, what does it tell you that the Maricopa County Sheriff puts HESCO barriers around the MTEC, barbed wire fences, and snipers on the roof? I'm pretty sure there's nothing to see here.
Okay, why aren't there scrutineers from both sides keeping tabs on these things?
Sure.
Okay, sure. So what's their workaround for something like that?
Well, you just keep the observers far enough away. And here's the other part of this. So Gina Swoboda is the GOP representative. She replaced Kelly Ward as the GOP lead for Arizona. She's been working on election integrity for the last 6 months, and nobody in the GOP has a clue what she's been doing. There's no instruction. Usually by this time in the process, right? The GOP leadership says for any discrepancies, any kind of questions, any reporting, this is the process for that. None of that's been published. Nobody knows what the process is if there's a discrepancy on the floor. Nobody knows what the process is if they see something that needs to be adjudicated. So there's all kinds of issues right now. We just lack a process. And she's the GOP lead. So when you start looking at it from that perspective, yeah, there's people on the floor, but you can, just like in Michigan and some of the others, you move far enough back, they can't see what you're doing. And that's part of the plan. If you go back to, I don't know, 3 weeks ago when Project Veritas what is it? OMG, what's it called?
O'Keefe Media.
Yeah.
Media Group did the reporting on the training that they were getting. Basically, everything that gets adjudicated goes the other way, meaning goes blue. That's essentially what the outcome of that was. And Stephen Richter got called out for it. Is it Ricker? I don't know. He's so memorable. I keep forgetting his name. Anyway, Ricker. And he got called out for it, and they did a big press circle in Arizona to try and mitigate the damage from it, because it called them out directly that they were basically training all the poll workers how to cheat, and it's black and white. So the short answer is I don't see Trump winning Arizona. I see it being very, very close, and Harris squeaks out a win. That's how we see it. And then the court cases start, and we go back through all that. So, and that's Mike will tell you the same thing. We've had this conversation how many times, Mike? 10, 15 times now? Yeah. There's no pathway for Trump to win Arizona.
And no judge.
Let me just say this before you jump in, Mike. I would love to be surprised tonight. I would love to. And Shaun, I briefed you some dates that I was wildly wrong about back in early October. So I'm hoping this is the same thing. I'm cautiously optimistic that it's the same thing. But we don't see any numbers out of Arizona, and there was massive early voting. I mean, unprecedented numbers of people early voting. There's no numbers reported for Arizona right now. Not
okay.
And just to add to that, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I think Steve, you and I were talking about this last night too. I mean, I saw Turning Point with their Chase the Ballot initiative, and Scott Presser was doing what he's doing in Pennsylvania. But if the legislatures aren't interested in making any changes, none of that's going to work. And I know, like in Arizona, they weren't interested in that. They're just not. They have allowed all this to happen. This is a quote unquote Republican legislature in the state of Arizona. So for people to all of a sudden, I mean, they're like, vote harder. I don't know what that means. They kept saying that. Like, I like, what does that mean? Early balloting, early voting. What is that going to do?
Okay. Well, so are the people in
this?
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
I finally found a site that's reporting Arizona. I'm trying to pull the results up right now so far.
Okay, well, you're pulling that up. I want to pick your brain here. So Arizona is ran by Republicans. Are they just rhinos or what?
Well, the legislature's Republicans. Sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead.
But the governor who was the Secretary of State in 22, who certified her own election to become governor, Katie Hobbs. She's the one that beat Carrie Lake to become governor. Then you have Chris Mays, who's the Attorney General, who's as liberal as it gets. And then Adrian Fontes, who's the Secretary of State now. That was Katie Hobbs' old position.
Well, he was a county recorder before he was the Secretary of State, and before that he was a cartel lawyer. So that should tell you something.
So he worked in Washington then.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, and then the sheriff too, right? Penzone, I think, stepped down, but Paul Penzone, I mean, he was a Soros-appointed sheriff of Maricopa County.
Yeah. So what we're circling around here is that we saw them. Both of us have seen the malfeasance now for 4 years, and I have people on my team that were on the floor for the audit in 2021. And at that time, Karen Fann was president of the Senate here, and she did everything she could to kill the audit. And just the cursory review of the machines by cyber ninjas showed very, very graphically. And I'm a cyber guy, right? I've done cyber defense my whole career, and just a cursory forensics review of the server without any credentials, no admin passwords, nothing, just pulling log files that they could see. They saw 800 anonymous connections into those Dominion machines on November 8th in 2022 and in 2020. So they saw just a cursory review of the log files. They saw all those connections. Anonymous connection means it's an external connection into that box from outside the country, outside the area code, et cetera. And those boxes aren't supposed to be exposed to the internet. The other thing they realized is that the Dominion machines, they have 2 different operating systems on it. And you can instantiate, meaning you can start both different operating systems to run together, and you would never know it. The operator would never know that there's 2 operating systems running at the same time, and they could do different things. And they figured out, again, through the log files, that there's settings on the machine to do a weighted system. So if Trump gets 1, Biden got 1.1. If Trump got 2, Biden got 2.2. And they showed all this stuff during the audit. And then 2 days later, Karen Fann signed an agreement with a special master that effectively killed the audit and gave Maricopa County an out. And they were on the ropes, right? So where I'm going with this is the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors got a buy in 2020. And then Karen Fann left the Senate. Ben Toma steps in. And Ben Toma, not even 2 days into the job, was embroiled in a controversy because he basically was trying to train all the freshmen coming into the Arizona Senate and House to pay attention to the lobbyists and not their constituents. And that went viral in the state, et cetera, et cetera. So the short answer is we have Republicans in charge of the Senate, but they've done nothing in the last 4 years to solve the problem of election integrity. When they tried to pass a bill for voter ID, to require voter ID. Ben Toma, the guy who's the president of the Senate right now, is the one who killed the bill. So they've done nothing to solve this problem. That's why Mike and I were saying there's no pathway for Lake to win, because these same people were in office when she was denied office in 22, and she won the election. It was a blowout, absolute blowout.
Barack Obama right now, gents, just tweeted, "It took several days to count every ballot in 2020. It's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard today. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard today. Respect them, thank them. Don't share things before checking your sources. Let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot." So there's Barack Obama setting maybe the stage for a few other things to go on here. We got a new guest sitting in the back I want to bring in. He's a internist cardiologist, epidemiologist, holding degrees from Baylor University, University of Texas Southwestern Medical School, University of Michigan, and Southern Methodist University. He manages common infectious diseases as well, the cardiovascular complications of both the viral infection and injuries developing after the COVID-19 vaccine out of Dallas, Texas. I'm talking about Dr. Peter McCullough. So, Peter McCullough, thanks for hopping on for a few minutes.
Thank you. Happy election night. Everybody up there is watching closely, I assume.
Well, you're joining quite the cast here. You got two guys sitting in Alberta, and I know all of Canada pays attention to this. I mean, like, what happens down there is going to dictate how North America proceeds for the next 4 years. And so it's hard not to pay attention. You got two guys on from Arizona, two Albertans, and now yourself from Dallas, Texas. So what have you made so far tonight, Peter, of everything going on in your state?
Well, Texas, 40 electoral college votes. So, only eclipsed by California has already been decided for Trump. And in Texas is most similar to Alberta as a province. I've been to both places, and I think they're very close, strongly independent. And what we're hoping for now is no matter what happens, we need to get new leadership on healthcare and public health. This sector, what we've seen, Shaun, you and I have gone over it, has been weaponized against the citizens really over the last two administrations. And it's really going to be the key position in the United States is our Secretary of Health and Human Services, which is one of the 15 cabinet positions. And then the heads of the National Institutes of Health, the CDC, the US FDA, and the US Surgeon General. I think those are all the power positions where I think we need a house cleaning and a new philosophy on public health for America.
Before I let anyone else hop in here, I was just curious your thoughts on RFK supporting Trump. If
exactly where I was going to go with this.
Just curious, and then by all means, everybody else can have their way with Peter. Before I don't know how much time you got for us tonight, Peter, but appreciate you giving us some time.
Very much appreciated.
Robert F. Kennedy swinging his support to Trump, I think in the last 60 days or so was huge. And I think it did bring Trump votes. And he broadly appeals to people who have general concerns, not only regarding COVID-19 vaccines and pandemic response, but regarding, issues of the health of children and families, the declining health of Americans. And by the way, the health of Canadians declining at about the same pace related to obesity, poor diets, the greater dependence on pharmaceuticals. Kennedy, through really a whole series of appearances and rallies, has brought that into an issue of concern, and he broadened the appeal. The interesting thing about Trump and kind of Trump 2.0 is he isn't picking people this time who have agreed with him or have praised him only, as he did in his first administration. So, for instance, J.D. Vance, the vice presidential pick, he was critical of Trump early on. Robert F. Kennedy, critical of Trump. Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, even Joe Rogan, who, at the last hour through his endorsement. It really is kind of a dream team, if you will, right now that is with Team Trump.
They've got all the best people. I've got nothing but love for Tulsi Gabbard. She's she's going to be, I don't know, at least wouldn't it be cool if she was the first female president down the road, right?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, she's so well-spoken. She would be perfect for a cabinet position. We do need, we need leadership at Department of State, for instance. Robert F. Kennedy is being discussed as Health and Human Services Director. And in the United States, our CDC, NIH, and FDA report to HHS. And right now it's Secretary Xavier Becerra. And to show you how distorted it is, the second in command at HHS right now, the assistant secretary, is actually Richard Levine. He's a man pretending to be a woman, Rachel Levine. And so he is a transgender advocate. Can you imagine that person had gotten himself that high up in healthcare? And right now, Levine is trying to overturn all the 25 statewide bans on transgender medicine and surgery for the youth. He's trying to take it to a Supreme Court case and overturn all the bans, including the one we worked so hard for in Texas.
Well, I was
What do
wondering,
you think his chances are going through with that?
Oh, Levine's going to go through. I appeared on Fox News, and this was presented, and I had assisted Ken Paxton, our Attorney General in Texas, in finally, at the Supreme Court level, getting that permanent ban on transgender. We won that September 5th of 2023. The ACLU had fought tooth and nail to still have transgender procedures in the youth. Now, what Richard Levine, who again, fantasizes in his sexual fantasies to be Rachel Levine, he's a man pretending to be a woman. And I said that point blank on Fox News, to whatever shock that had to the producers and others listening. What Levine wants to do is he wants to remove any age restrictions on the use of puberty blockers, androgen estrogens, and the disfiguring, sterilizing surgery in the youth. It's such a heinous set of clinical activities that no ethical doctor or nurse would ever do this. And it's sad, but the states must ban it.
I just want to ask about RFK one more time, because I'm like, how important, up here we got Daniel Smith talking openly about lots of different things. How important would it be to have somebody like an RFK Jr. in a prominent position talking about the health of a nation and the problems going on with the name recognition, et cetera, et cetera? Like, honestly, Peter, you're a doctor who's been pretty much ran through the mud and then some through COVID. RFK is right beside there, like he's had his name and everything that's happened to him through COVID and before that. Like, how important to the United States do you think? And maybe Steven and Mike, by all means, if you boys want to hop in on this, I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts on RFK possibly, if the Republicans get in, Trump gets in, him being in there in the mix. How important is that for the United States?
Very, very. I look at it this way. He can do a lot of good in state. He could do a lot of good at HHS. He could do a lot of good, in any department, but where he's going to have the most impact is HHS, right? So his he's a lawyer too. So he's got a solid resume to walk in the door and influence change right away, right? Because somebody's got to reel in the FDA. The FDA is a mess, and he's got to reel in not just the trans surgery, but all the other vaccination programs that they've got in process right now, right? And when you look at the ability for him to influence, I mean, he's got a solid track record of doing things with due diligence and transparency, and that's what most Americans want to see. It's like the election, right? Most Americans don't care who the winner is as long as it's transparent and it's not laced with malfeasance. And he brings credibility to the door just walking in. And what the Americans want to know are the vaccines safe? Are these procedures safe? What level of causality goes with some of the things we're seeing out of the vaccines? He's going to bring light to all of that, and that's exactly what we want him to do. The other thing he's going to do is he's going to clean out all the riffraff, and he's going he's going to push the pharmaceuticals out. At least I'm assuming he's going to push the pharmaceuticals out and all the public-private partnerships that help them obfuscate what they're really doing. So he brings in a lot of different capabilities just in one person, and that's just him. He's got a circle of friends too, and he's a Kennedy, so he's got a lot of influence there in a number of other ways. But if you want somebody to be an ambassador for the rest of the world to pave the way for real health reform, he's your guy.
Well, and you just had Vance talking the other day about how he wanted to. Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, no. Dr. McCullough, first of all, it's good to see you again. And I'll see you in Phoenix this weekend. So looking forward to hearing you speak.
Yeah.
A question that I had in terms of Kennedy and how the Trump-Kennedy combo is going to take on Big Pharma. I just think back to 2020 when you have Operation Warp Speed, where Trump had the opportunity, and it appeared that Big Pharma steamrolled him. So I can't get my head around like what's changed and how do you take on a conglomerate like that? And the other thing, I wanted to ask you, you being in Texas, I had Dr. Mary Bowden on last week, and we were talking about how healthcare they're using healthcare to turn Texas blue. And it doesn't appear it's going to work this cycle.
Right.
But chipping away, do you think ultimately they'll be successful with that?
There was a recent poll, I published it on my Substack. 98% of professors at universities, including professors of medicine, 98% are Democratic. They're blue. And I think the same percentages among doctors.
It's pretty similar in Canada as well.
Yeah, they tend to be left-leaning. But I think the lieutenant colonel had some really well-spoken words about Kennedy. I thought that was a very articulate analysis. Remember, the Kennedys are, and Kennedy himself is a lifelong Democrat. So just the fact that you have a lifelong Democrat who's in a prominent position in a Republican administration, I mean, that speaks volumes for unity, right? So Kennedy, no matter where he is going to be unifying. His family is storied. His father, he's the oldest child, and his father was assassinated. Bobby Kennedy was our attorney general for Robert F. Kennedy, and sadly, he was assassinated. And he has taken on Monsanto. He's taken on kind of the big industry. He's a straight shooter. Now he's a lawyer. Now Becerra, who's the current HHS director, is a lawyer. What we didn't have in Trump 1.0 is we didn't have a strong doctor. We didn't have a strong surgeon general. We didn't have anybody who would be considered, a well-respected, hard-nosed, practical clinician. So Kennedy's going to need some doctors. The first thing he runs up against on vaccines is the medical community is going to say, hey, you're not a doctor. And Kennedy better have some strong physicians in positions, certainly at the assistant HHS director, separately, independently, I think, Surgeon General. Our Surgeon General, the last 3 times has basically been a mouthpiece for the CDC, NIH, and FDA, or HHS for that matter. We go back to C. Everett Koop, who was an independent voice for prevention, for instance, or the U.S. Surgeon General report on tobacco. The U.S. Surgeon General historically was the first person to take on the big tobacco lobby. So again, I think in a new administration, I am hopeful for strong, independent people in the administration, advisors, highly qualified, and we're going to need a big-time brass of doctors, not bureaucrats, but real doctors, because of this issue that healthcare and pandemic response has risen to such a high issue for so many of us, among the citizenry.
And don't forget, Doc, they have to dismantle the AMA, because the AMA has used COVID to go after doctors that were trying to treat patients and trying to go around and give alternatives to the vaccines. And that needs to be dismantled. I mean, I'm just going to say it like a military guy. He needs to go in there, bust heads on day one, and he needs to take strong doctors in there, clinicians that go in and make decisions that we're going to do this, we're not going to do this. And if it was me, I'd walk into that place with a paint gun and fire people. It would be like, what have you done for the citizens? Bam, 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 you're fired. And I'd keep going down to the janitor until I got rid of everybody from the previous administration.
Department of Government Efficiency.
I'm telling you, that's how bad it is. It's terrible. So, and to be honest, Doc, this is the first time I met you. I would love to see you in a position in DC busting heads. And just call me. I'll come help you.
No,
what if
my
you
services.
What if you get the call, Dr. McCullough? If you get the call, what's your answer going to be?
Yeah, I've testified, 3 times in the Senate. I've testified in the House, and probably about half the United States. In a sense, and Shaun Newman can be my witness. I've been in service to the country now for 5 years as a public figure, and I haven't been wrong on issues. I haven't misled the country. I've tried to really portray what skilled medical leadership is, and so I'd be honored to assist in any way I can with the new administration. But like I say, the people called to Washington this time better be real doctors who can hold their ground against what we call a biopharmaceutical complex, now a syndicate between these foundations like Gates Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation, Wellcome Trust, and the agencies, academia, and big pharma, because they're all syndicated now and they're all taking care of each other. And I can tell you some things, first on the list, I think would be to completely recall all the COVID-19 vaccines off the market. We should rescind the 1986 Vaccine Injury Compensation Act, and companies are going to have to stand behind their products with full, liability for their product safety. We should ban gain-of-function research, not the funding for it, but actually ban it, outlaw gain-of-function research, do an inventory, make sure we are, no longer creating dangerous pathogens that can infect the world. And we need to have, clearly, as Lieutenant Colonel said, we need a house cleaning. These agencies are far too fat. They have so many employees. We're approaching 500 government agencies now. We've got government people tripping over each other in Washington and on Zoom all day long, and Americans have been footing the bill. We need to trim our budget, develop financial responsibility. I think healthcare can take the lead.
Dr. McCullough, one quick question, one medium question. If you'll allow, have you spoken to anybody on Trump's team or anything at all like that about the possibility of you having some sort of a leadership point in these proposed changes?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and then, oh shoot, I blanked on the other one. I'm trying to keep track of too many things. Sorry,
Peter. I told you 15 minutes. I don't want to overstay my welcome with you. I know your time is always, the utmost importance. Appreciate you hopping on. You're more than welcome. I want to be very clear. You're more than welcome to stay with us.
I'm going to have to make another appearance, but thank you so much. And God bless Canada. God bless the United States. And I think many are hopeful for the future, no matter how things shake out. It's election time is always a time for change, new insights, and hopefully a new direction. Thank you so much, you guys.
Yeah, thanks again for hopping on, Peter.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. It's interesting when he said Sean can vouch. I'm like, I can go back to what was it, like episode 200? I think this is when this comes out again tomorrow on the podcast. I think it'll be like episode 740 or some silly thing. And I remember having Peter on at the start when he said, "Don't take the vaccine," and heads literally exploded. That was a wild time back then. So I know what he's talking about. We have, the editor of the Shaun Newman podcast, entrepreneur extraordinaire, and probably the youngest guy who's going to come on this show tonight. Jack Milliken's hopping in from St. Louis. So Jack, thanks for hopping in. I would love to know,
Jack.
I would love to know what St. Louis Jack has to say about this election. Maybe you got insightful things, or maybe just a young person's view on what the U.S. election is to you right now.
Yeah, it's, it kind of feels like, not to get too crazy right away, but it feels like a diversity hire right off the bat. But I'm just noticing a lot of the people in my circle are one issue voters, and it's a lot of the young women that are being told, to protect their bodies and that they, want to protect their bodies' rights. And that's really frustrating to hear, because not only a few years ago we were being told, everyone was being told what to do with their bodies, and so I don't know. Just it seems like there's not a lot of thought that's getting put into why people are voting. It's just, hey, let's go out and vote for the big, bright, shiny object, and keep Hitler from rising to power.
Well, and that makes it interesting because that's probably a lot of it. But on the other hand, you've got Amish people showing up to vote right now.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I saw some stuff on Twitter. I didn't have a chance to get into it. It's been a whirlwind of a day, but apparently there's quite a lot of Amish people showing up, and I feel like, given their lack of social media in their community, they probably don't even realize that Trump is literally Hitler.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. It's and the Kamala campaigns. I was sitting in a bar the other day, and or the other night, I should say. I'm not just sitting in bars on a day-to-day basis, but it's just the comparing him to Hitler. In her literal tweets and in her campaigns after him being shot, just seems like a extremely aggressive way of approaching things. It's not a camp or an administration that I'm very interested in.
So you look at Arizona. Arizona's reporting 49%. Ferris is up by 16,000 votes.
That's pretty tight. You called it so far, anyway.
Yeah, that's how it's going to go. At some point, they'll stop counting or whatever the case may be. But 49%. Yeah. So the real question is, have they called Virginia?
No, Georgia. It looks like
Virginia's neck and neck.
Yeah, it's like 30,000.
Twos, can you pull up the map on your link there? You don't need to go right into it. Just scroll over Virginia, so that people can see. You don't need to go right into it. You can just scroll
I'm sorry, I'm doing too good of a job. This is what happens when you got somebody else in charge of the AV on the show, Sean.
Every time I pull it up, my everything crashes on my side. I'm like, is it CNN's link literally? Maybe they don't like me. Maybe
they don't like the foreign. They don't like the foreign interference of Canadians.
That's right, of Canadians. I would love to see that headline: Canadians interfering in the U.S. election. I don't think
by talking about it as it happens.
That's right.
Right now, for those of you who can't see it because it's too small, you got Kamala at 49.7%, which is 1,569,000 and change, and Donald Trump, I think I'm saying that correctly, 48.5%. 1,530,000. So, and it just jumped. So 71,000 basically for Kamala and 31,000. So you're within 40,000 votes of each other in Virginia with 70% in so far. So I don't know. I'd call that pretty neck and neck. And Brenda Blanger in the comments says, Sean, quit harassing twos. So
never.
You should definitely take that. Okay. There you go.
I'm gonna add in one more. We got the host of the Vance Crowe podcast in St. Louis.
Hey,
Vance, how's it going?
Hey guys, how are you?
Well, we're cooking along here. We very fortunate to have Steven and Michael and now Jack and we had Peter McCullough and Tom Luongo, and we got others slowly going to trickle in, but and Scott Marsland, I should point out too. So we're just having fun here. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure at times Steven and Mike down in Arizona are like, what did I sign up for tonight?
Okay, well, before we get too far into it, can we just take a moment to appreciate the fact that no matter what Vance is doing, he always has the best audio?
That's funny because I actually was trying to set all this up when I was watching my two girls. I had to put them to bed before I got on here, and everything was a mishmash. So I was actually kind of afraid that it was going to have feedback loops and sound terrible. So thanks, Twos. You made me feel good.
That's what we're here for.
Vance, what do you think of the 2024 election? I'm going to ask the question, and then I'm going to let it go back to the group and see where the conversation goes. But you're the newest comer into the election coverage. What have you thought? What have you seen out of St. Louis?
Well, I think Twos had brought this up about the Amish voting. I think that what we're seeing right now is people really feeling threatened. They're feeling like the future that they have in ways that they maybe could have ignored politics in the past, in the ways that they would have said, I'm not going to be involved, or even our faith or our community isn't going to be involved. People took a look around in the last couple of years and said, there have been such radical changes to our culture that if I don't do something now, I may never get another chance. And I would have said all the way up until this election, it's a bad form to think of this presidential election as being such a big deal. But you watch how many immigrants have been brought in. You watch how many federal reach into the ways that our states are being run. And you have to think like, this is more important than I want it to be. But I think a lot of people are feeling like they had to get involved. I imagine we're going to see not just big turnout in some locations, but people that have never come out to vote before will probably be the deciding factor here.
Yep. I was saying that earlier, Vance. You're spot on. I think that's going to be that'll be the key, right? And I can't tell you how many people that I saw voting this time around. The lines all week long for early voting, they were steady, they were long all week long, and they were long today. And I think people have realized that this is an existential crisis for this country. And as much as you want to say it's not, you look at the last 4 years, you look at the flow of illegals across the border. And I don't know, if Sean, if you know who Michael Yon is, but
supposed to be having him on actually in a couple of weeks, hopefully, Steve.
Yeah, I talk to him all the time, and he was at Darien Gap. And we, between him, myself, and Bracken, I think we figured out that there was approximately 42 million that have come across the border in the last 4 years. Over 80% of them are military-age males. You and I had this conversation, right? The American public sees that. They're seeing the demographic changes across the country, especially in red areas, because they put a lot of them in red areas, and they're seeing this slow cultural change happening. And they realize the status quo has changed, and that a lot of people get really uncomfortable. And I've said, on my show for probably 4 years now, until the American public is completely uncomfortable, they're not going to do anything different. And what we're seeing today is people are uncomfortable. So they're voting because they don't want something different. Because what's next? If this doesn't go the way that people think it's going to go, what comes next? We all know what comes next. And people, this is the last bit of hope that people have before the next option is exercised. And I can tell you that I routinely get calls that, as an Army officer, I can tell you that the call you don't want to get, the question you want to get from a soldier is, sir, what are your orders? You never want to hear that, especially after you retire. And I've heard that probably 15, 16 times just in the last 2 months. Everybody's on edge with this one. So I think everybody's paying attention. So he's right. Vance, you're spot on.
When I look at, I'm just looking at the map right now. 195 Trump, Kamala Harris 91. Doesn't that give, like, am I missing something, or does that not give some people a little bit of hope that this is going the right direction? I just look at
here's
trending.
The thing, though, is that almost every single bit of the West Coast is going to come in blue. Well, the whole West Coast is going to come in blue, right? So, and California's got quite a few votes. So you're going to see it. You're going to see the numbers stay still for Trump for a while they climb up for Kamala.
Yep. Remember, I said they have to make it look close to make it look plausible. It's about, they have to convince, I'm saying this as an information warfare officer, you have to be able to sell it, right? So it's got to be freshly packaged and well-delivered BS for people to buy it. So it's got to be a close call, and it's got to be drawn out so everybody can see that, yeah, it was so close, so many people showed up, et cetera, right? So that's what we'll see. You're right. California's going to be blue. Oregon's definitely going to be blue. Washington's going to be blue. Idaho, it's a toss-up. A lot of blue hair and man buns there. So
yeah, but Idaho voted Trump both times already.
That doesn't mean anything now.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're looking down the barrel of the possibility of you guys having the first president to win 3 elections in a row.
I would love to see that tonight. I would love to see that and maintain some level of giddy optimism. So, but I'm going to stay a little bit bitter and cynical right now until proven otherwise.
Pennsylvania, Trump's starting to pull further and further ahead right now, as you look at it. So right now he's got 2 million and change compared to Kamala's 1.9.
He's only up by 100,000. There's only 57% of the vote in according to this map. So, yeah, we'll see.
One thing I haven't heard anybody talk about.
Georgia looks like it's Georgia. Sorry, I just cut you off.
It's all right. I was just going to say there's one thing we've heard a lot about the betting markets, but there's one market that I think is quite interesting to look at. Of course, I'm going to mention Bitcoin, which has just recently hit all-time highs. So it is now $73,986. And that says something about the way the Bitcoin community, which is a global one, feels about what the future is going to be like. And a Kamala Harris administration is not one that has been particularly pro-Bitcoin, whereas Donald Trump has said he'd make it a reserve currency. So a lot of people with a lot of money saying, hey, we're actually going to go out and buy Bitcoin right now. That sends a signal to me that seems, more positive than any of the electoral map could tell me.
Well, before you came on, we were talking about Polymarket and how it is just absolutely blown up in the past day in Trump's favor. Interesting thing, though, I want to pick your brain on this, Vance. What do you think a reserve currency of Bitcoin would do? Obviously, it would give it more legitimacy, and that would drum up interest. But do you think that it would be used potentially by the U.S. government to control the price of it, and thereby, just tip the scales in whatever favor the current administration felt like? How active do you think they'd be with that?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what a reserve currency for Bitcoin really means, other than if you were to say, hey, we have to back any of the dollars that we're printing based on Bitcoin. I struggle to imagine any modern government wanting to do that. What we're seeing right now is that the BRICS countries, which originally came out and said they were going to allow settlement within their own currencies, now they're realizing, hey, that's actually a really complicated thing. Maybe the better way to do it is to allow us to settle through Bitcoin. And two of the latest countries that they've added into the system, both in Ethiopia and Argentina, are both using state resources to mine Bitcoin. So maybe the more interesting thing would be to say, if a Trump administration came in, would you see actual governmental level Bitcoin mining? And while they could bring a lot of mining to bear on that, they could throw a lot of weight around. The mining is so decentralized right now that they wouldn't be able to get any kind of control over the protocol. It would be, I would say, impossible at this point for them to do that. And so I don't know. I think one thing it would do is it might force the government to have controls on spending, whereas right now with the printing press, they can just turn it on and print any money they want. It might put them back in league with other countries to have a different settlement, but I don't really know what a reserve currency would look like.
Well, I mean, okay, so actually going back to that mining bit too. So I saw somewhere that it costs, I didn't look at it closely enough to see if it was Canadian or US dollars, but it was saying it costs about $96,000 to mine one Bitcoin right now. So there's not even an arbitrage, right? Why would they go to the trouble of mining it when it would be better for them to just buy it?
Well, I mean, therein lies exactly the point. Most of the time, the reason people are mining Bitcoin is because they're going over the long arc of time, or they think they have some kind of advantage. So when somebody says it costs $96,000 to mine a Bitcoin, that is almost entirely dependent on two factors. One, what is your hardware costs, your capital costs? And then two, probably more importantly, is what is your electricity costs? So in certain places, I always say this to you guys up there in Alberta, if you're burning off natural gas in order to get to the oil underneath, your cost of goods sold is whatever it costs to get your generator from Steve Barber and be able to just grab that energy off there. So your energy cost is way lower. So it just depends on where you're at and what your energy cost is, or how much it costs to mine a Bitcoin. And then if you were wondering, like, what does that mean with the U.S. government? I mean, they can definitely tilt the floor in their own direction to be able to purchase energy at a low cost. They also could deregulate markets. You could start seeing nuclear power come online. I think there's been a lot of corporate pressure for that. So, I mean, a friendly administration would revolutionize the world. We would watch energy change radically, and it would be very good. And I think the Bitcoin markets are suggesting they think Trump's going to win.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody's thinking that the costs of energy are going to go down with Kamala Harris.
Oh, sorry,
Sean,
Mike. Nope.
I just want to add. So somebody texted me. That's interesting. The Wall Street Journal, CNN, Conservative Treehouse. CNN is starting to argue with themselves as to why Harris can maybe possibly pull it out. Their faces are looking distressed. Take that for what it is.
Well, I think it is. I think it's exactly what it is, isn't it? Like I keep looking at the map, and I mean, you're. Oh wow, twos to pull up the right map. Hey, twos.
Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at my own. I've been mucking around with the map, trying to see, if it goes this way, how do the numbers look, and if it goes that way, how do the numbers look? And I didn't realize that Sean had to lean on me so hard tonight.
Well, I mean.
Going back to what Michael said, I mean, Georgia right now, according to the New York Times, is looking very likely to go Republican. And, that's 16 electoral votes that, that'd be,
that's
and it looks also
Virginia,
North Carolina.
right?
Yeah.
Google's still reporting, it's at 88% reporting for Georgia, and Trump's 51 to 48%. There's a couple 100,000 votes that separate them.
That's a big number being that close to the finish line.
We'll see. We'll see. Till they call it. Yeah.
That's fair.
Arizona, I told you that Gallego was going to win. They're 49% reporting, so there's still, 51% of the vote to count. They're projecting him at 52.5% of the vote right now.
You weren't kidding, Steve. That is tight. 902-800 to 901-754 in Arizona.
I told you.
That is like razor tight.
Yeah. And the word I would use for it is bullshit. This is a red state. So that number is probably way higher for Trump, but because of the malfeasance, we're seeing a lot of bullshit.
So Steve, can you make is Trump going to win this?
I don't know. It's too early to tell. It's way too early to tell. Yeah. So I think Tom is right. If Virginia was going to go to Trump, and that's a close race too. 20,000 votes separate the two of them right now. That's a damn close race. So we'll see. I would love to be optimistic to see that Trump would win, but I'm going to wait and see until all of the votes are tallied. Yep. If I was Trump and I got the projected 270, I'd declare victory.
Is it cynical of me to point out that Arlington is going thoroughly blue?
No, that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. Arlington, Fairfax County, those are heavily blue.
I was just thinking because of the famous cemetery.
Oh, that's all contractors.
Yes.
Those are all people that come across the river and go into DC and get huge paychecks for being on government contracts.
Yep. So
all right. And
hey, Sean, I got to bounce
here real quick. Okay, Brenda Belanger is agreeing with
twos. Thanks again for hopping on, Steve. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Honored to be here. Vance, it was great to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
I will give you a bad time the next time I see you, for sure.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. You guys take care.
Thanks again, Steve. Then there was 4. Mike, I
Jack jumped off without even saying goodbye. Hey,
Jack had to go. And Mike, I haven't even thought to ask. Like, I just assume you're up to no good tonight, and you're like, I'm hanging out for a bit. But I mean, by all means, if you got to hop, just you don't have to wait for me.
No, yeah. I actually want to make a phone call to I talked to this guy. What's going on? So I was going to call him to see because he said it looks like a Trump win, and I'm like, what are you seeing?
Well, by all means,
I never thought that. I never thought that. I've been saying all year I thought they would steal it. So that's why it's just really interesting to see if he can pull this off.
Well, if you need to make a phone call, we'll just mute you and just come back on after the phone call, because I'd love to hear if there's other things going on that you can find out. I mean, by all means.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. In the meantime, Vance, do you think there's a chance New Mexico is going to go Trump?
Wow, it'd be shocking to me if that happened. New Mexico's gone left, quite a bit, gone blue. The one that really shocked me was Texas. I mean, to see that Trump won 56-43 there, I mean, is really, I mean, I guess I assumed he was going to win Texas. It'd be hard to win the election without it, but I did not see that they were going to do that so handily. I know in the last few years, people have really been worried about how many people from California and Colorado moved down to Texas and thought they'd flip it blue. I one time spoke with the president of the Texas Farm Bureau, and he was like, I think we're going to be a blue state. We're going to have a whole bunch of trouble with agriculture. Well, that did not happen tonight. So that's another 4 years of Texas being deeply red.
Hey, Tooz, can you do me a favor? Can you scroll just ever so slightly down so the 207 is just, nope, other way, up.
That would be up.
Okay, whatever.
I can scroll up. Would you like
I'm
to
on the
scroll
New York
up?
Times, and they just gave him 3 more. So he's saying the New York Times is saying 210 for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Well,
Where did he get the other 3? Something in Nebraska?
Maybe something like Utah.
I don't, Vance, fill me in here, right? Like I keep waiting. When I see this trend, this feels like when we're in Canada and Trudeau gets a whole bunch of votes right away, and you're like, well, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. I can see all the seats on the left side of the map that are going to go to Kamala. But I look at it and I'm like, at 207, I'm like, he's not far off. And when he just needs little things to get him to 270, I'm like, I feel like it's going to be a Donald Trump win. But am I just wrong in thinking that? Like, am I staring at the wrong things here?
I think when you look at the maps and the last few years that this has happened, you can see that those left coast states are going to get huge numbers. And so the battlegrounds, the Minnesotas, the Wisconsins, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all these ones that are slow counting, these are going to be the ones that in total he's got to take to get 60 more. And there isn't some giant amount that's just going to flow his way. I mean, Georgia would be a big win for him. But you're exactly right. As soon as those polls close, probably in the next 17 minutes or so, she is going to get a big bump, and we're going to see that number get a lot closer to where they're both getting closer and closer to 270. So I think it's one of those things that we are still really close to tell on this. I think a lot of people intuitively feel like he's doing well because he's up so high right now, but this is definitely not over.
So you have closing here in 17 minutes. You have California, Oregon, Idaho, Washington, and pretty much everybody, is already closed, right? Like the numbers are coming in from all the states. California is a big one. How many's it got? It's got like 50. How many? 54. Right? So that's going to be a giant number.
Jesus Christ! Did that go down with their net? What do you call it? Outflux, if you will.
They still have, I think, all of them. There was something weird that went on with the census. I heard some guys talking today, and right now, Florida, because of the way the census was done, they are only supposed to have 30 electoral college votes. But if for some reason the election comes all the way down just to 2 electoral college votes, we're right on that edge. Ben Shapiro was saying that Florida would be able to say, well, we have damages that are material because the census was not done correctly, and we deserve 2 more seats that we didn't get, and we would like to throw the flag on this. So there's like weird things that could happen even if the election comes right down to the wire, according to Ben Shapiro. I didn't look into this at all myself, but I don't think California lost any electoral seats, even though they had a big outflow.
Despite the fact that they can't even keep U-Hauls.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so walk us through something here real quick. Now, it's been 4 years since I've had somebody explain this to me, and the last time I heard it before that was 4 years before it. So Maine, Nebraska, I think they're the only 2 where they split up their electoral votes between the popular vote over the state and then also in the major centers, each get one. Why is that different? Why doesn't everybody else do that?
So the Electoral College system was set up because back in the day they said, look, just because you have an urban center, you don't want to make it so only urban centers, so the popular vote drives everything. You want to make it so there is some sort of balance of people that are living in rural areas, that are living in not so popular states. So the Electoral College takes it away from this kind of mob mentality rule. It kind of gives a little bit more balance to that. And most of the states have elected to keep it where they do it as a block. I think most states want to do it that way because it gives them more power. It gives them more reason for, a candidate to come and make promises and make deals with their own, with that presidential candidate. Because if you split it up and you say, hey, well, the blue candidate's going to get 2 votes, we're going to get 3 votes, we're not going to go fight for it. But if all of them are on the table, it means that they're going to have to fight for all of them. So it gives you a little bit more clout.
Okay. So just each state has decided independently how they want to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Okay. And one other thing. So when Tom was on, well, actually Michael's back now. Do you have an update for us? Maybe he can't hear me just yet.
He might, yeah.
So he'll hopefully start talking whenever he can hear us. But in the meantime, Tom Luongo was saying that he figures Nevada is going to go red. He thought that because of the outflux of people from California who primarily moved to Nevada, and those people being the people who wouldn't have voted Democrat, he thinks Nevada is going to go red. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the last 2 times I was out in Nevada, I've been to Provo, even Salt Lake. Those were historically Mormon and very red places, but they are completely changed culturally, and they are not the same place that they were in the past. So I don't know in the last year or so, or if during COVID enough people moved out of California, but to me, that state was not the conservative bastion it was, say, 10 years ago when I first started visiting it.
Okay, just rewind for a sec real quick.
Oh, that's
Salt
in Utah.
Lake.
Sorry, those are both in Utah. So with Nevada, I don't know. I mean, you've got Las Vegas. I don't know. I have no idea. Tom probably knows better than I do. I was talking about Utah.
Vegas is, I mean, Nevada is centered around Clark County, right? Like that's where Las Vegas is. And it's somewhat similar. I mean, smaller. Like Maricopa. I mean, it all centers around Clark County. And they changed their mail-in ballots to make it more accessible in 2020. So I can't. I don't know. It looks like I'm apparently wrong on everything, though. So I mean, I would expect Nevada to go blue, similar to Arizona. Yeah. So. But I don't know. Like I was just talking to my friend, and you're looking at this. I mean, Trump's gonna win Georgia. It looks like he's gonna win North Carolina. I mean, he appears stronger this go around than he did in 2020, unless there's some, water main breaks or bomb threats or something. All signs point to right now that he could win this.
And you sound. It's funny.
I'm shocked because I was wrong all year. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sean.
that's what I was going to say. You sound shocked, my God.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, once again, I'm just a Canadian. I get to interview Americans all the time. I get to stare at things, and and we talk to a lot of Americans on the show. And like, I just look at it and I go, from where I sit, I didn't see how Trump could lose this one. I hear all the stories. Believe me, I hear all the stories. And certainly you go back to 2020 and there's all of that, but I'm like, but now everybody knows that. So they're showing up in droves, like everywhere I ran into, I'm married to a girl from Minnesota. So there was a Trump rally in about an hour away from her house. So I'm like, hell, I'll go take a look. Minnesota's blue. It's a blue state. And I drove up there, and it was insane. And I don't use that word lightly. That's in the bluest of blue states, and it was insane. How many thousands of people were just roaming around with all the Trump stuff? And I'm like, yeah, this is different. Like this is something, that you don't normally see, or at least I don't know. As a Canadian viewing it, And so I don't know if this shocks me that much. Like Biden winning the last election shocked me. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. I could be completely wrong. Once again, it's just a Canadian's viewpoint. I don't know if I'm that surprised. The entire world, as I talk to him, is like rooting for Trump. So I guess I'm not that shocked. That I'd be shocked if Harris pulled ahead or Kamala pulled ahead here. Like I'd be shocked on that side of things. But once again, I could be wrong.
Well, and as these numbers are, as they're tallying these numbers, these percentages that going up, they're going to have to find votes, and I just can't see them making up the margins right now in some of these states for Harris to pull ahead. I'm just, you look at what happened in 2020, and nothing had changed in terms of like processes. So I just didn't think. We don't know yet. It's not done, but I always hoped I was wrong. I'm just a little in a state of shock.
Yeah, well, I think 4 years ago, I remember because I had a brand new baby that was staying up all night. So, I went to sleep watching, thinking, oh, Trump had this in the bag, and then woke up at 2 a.m. and all of a sudden the vote counts start wildly changing. And this is the experience that many people had. And it was like, wait a second, I thought this was already done. But to your point, Shaun, I have never in my life seen as an adult people have this much passion about a candidate, particularly when people so dislike the current administration. So it's hard for me to imagine that the U.S. would elect Kamala. But I don't know. There's weird things have happened in the past, and I think
that's what I mean. Like Kamala is like everything about how she got in, and the fact that she's been vice president for the last 4 years. Right? There's just nothing working in her favor. Like there's just no like plausible. Everybody's behind her. Nope. And then all the celebrities come out, but P. Diddy just came out right before that, so now they look even worse. It's like. Yeah, and you were at a P. Diddy party, and you were at a P. Diddy party, and it's like
it's kind of an Oprah thing, and she was one of the people talking about Kamala too.
And so it's like people are just wising to this thing, and so it's just right there in front of everybody. And I'm just like, to me, the same things that possibly worked in 2020 aren't working right now. But I'm just one guy sitting in Alberta, going. I don't know. I stare at your guys' election. I'm like, this is wild. I'm sure I'm like every other Canadian going, I'm just following along, hoping that it turns up the right way so that we can maybe, I don't know, not go to war and kill everyone. That would be great.
I was just talking with a Russian friend of mine who we were making a joke about how Russians, they don't view the world as having happy endings, and they kind of mock Americans because they always say Americans think that the world has to have happy endings, but no Russian stories end with a happy ending. And I think Americans have just seen for the last 4 years, maybe decade, stories that don't have happy endings. And you think about, say, the Epstein client list or various things that happen where everybody's like, all right, we're finally going to find out what happened here. We're finally going to get down to the bottom of this. And it turns out we're not, that the people in power had enough ability.
The guy killed himself. What do you need to ask?
Exactly, right? And I think that there's just been so many experiences that Americans have had where we thought we were going to get to the bottom of it. It seems so obvious now, and then we don't. And it seems like the people in power have had a lot of power. Now, if Donald Trump gets in, I think we're going to find out a lot about UFOs.
Do you think this time around we're going to find out a lot, or no?
I do think so.
That. UFOs, yeah. JFK assassination. Epstein files,
P. Diddy
files. You think he's going to just blow the lid right open on all that stuff?
There is something really to be said about lame duck presidents, particularly a lame duck president that it's as old as Trump is, where, what do you have left to lose, right? He already is face down being shot. So if he was being warned before, hey, we're not opening this stuff up because you're going to get shot, I think that fear is gone. So I mean, also, this is kind of the prurient interest. Like, I really hope he gets in the sense of think of all the things we'll learn, but who knows? The bureaucracy is deep and has a lot of power.
I think it's safe to say that Kamala doesn't really have any interest in leaking any of that stuff.
No, Kamala is just Trudeau. It's just like the puppet character that said, "Yes,
That's
I'll
the
take your money."
worst thing
and
anybody
do
said
exactly
about
what we wanna
Kamala
say.
this whole night.
Mike, do you share the same thing as Vance? Do you think if Trump gets in this time around, because like I feel like if there's one thing I won't give any politician, although I do appreciate your thought, Vance, that the guy's actually been shot. So I mean, like, what are they actually going to do? Finish the job? It's like, well, they're taking every opportunity at this point. Do you think if Trump gets in this second time go around, he'll actually be like, screw it. Let's talk about JFK and let's release the files. Let's, Epstein, here's the video footage of him being whacked. Here's, and just blow it up. Or do you not share that thought?
I think there's a lot to be said just real quick before I just want to jump in before you answer that. There's a lot to be said for somebody who doesn't need to worry about re-election and how they can just do whatever's right or whatever they think is good or whatever is just fun. But Vance, please.
No, it's Michael.
No. Mike.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I you know what, when I think about that, and I know he's got, at this point, he's got nothing to lose, but he does, right? Because if you cross over a certain threshold or a certain line, you're talking about your life. You're talking about your family's life. So push comes to shove, would he do that? I don't think that he would. But that's why I was asking Dr. McCullough about, the whole Big Pharma, taking on the Big Pharma, because he had a chance to do that in 2020 and he got rolled. I mean, so now all of a sudden things have changed and you're going to take on these big corporate conglomerates?
Well, he's got RFK's got his back. The question I was going to ask,
I don't know, but once again, I'm just
not.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing here with Mike. I'm like, as much as I want to hold out, all of a sudden the RFK files get dropped and aliens get dropped and everything gets dropped. I'm like, but he was in power for 4 years, and none of it got dropped.
I mean, the lame duck thing is pretty real.
Right.
I mean, I think if you go back and look at presidential, like the things that they moved through in their second term were pretty extreme. I mean, I think that's when Obama got a lot more healthcare stuff done. He got a whole bunch of stuff that went in motion. They set about putting in many, many other bureaucracies into the system. When you're there, you've gotten the second one. You don't have to worry about pleasing the other side because you're not running for office again. And so you're able to put things in. I think that there's a pretty clear record that lame duck presidents that get sent there with what do you call that? When you get the Senate and you get the House, if you get a strong super majority there, they put a lot into motion.
Well, I tell you what, a guy who might know some of this is an American. He's sitting in the background right now. He's an American economic forecaster, former hedge fund manager, known for his proprietary model, the economic confidence model. He's the CEO of Armstrong Economics. I don't know if I believe yes, he is. There he is. Martin Armstrong, thanks for hopping in.
How are you doing?
Well, I think we're doing okay. We're talking about a couple things here, Martin, and I'll let you take the floor. But one, when you look at what's going on right now, we're about to have more polls, start to show here at the top of the hour. But when you look at everything right now, are you confident that, are you thinking Trump's going to win? Or are you like, nah, it's too early? And then the second thing we're talking about is if Trump were to win, is he actually going to drop JFK, aliens, Epstein, P. Diddy, on and on and on, all these things? Or are you like, not a chance?
No, let me give you a little background. I mean, I'm at least one of the guys that got JFK to join Trump. I spoke to him, on and off for this whole year, really. And the main reason I pushed the two of them together was because they were both anti-war. But I also knew something that maybe isn't in mainstream so much. Back in 2016, Trump met with RFK and he offered him a commission to study vaccines. And he accepted. So I knew the two of them were going to join back then. Big Pharma basically threatened everybody in Congress that they would pull all money from them unless that commission was shut down. It was shut down about 6 months before the COVID vaccines. So I also know RFK, and I'm not saying that he's going to take down big pharma, but he's going to give them a good run for their money. I was trying to push him to be AG, saying, look, now you can actually indict the head of Pfizer, but he's on to the health and things of that nature. So Trump is going to pretty much let him have a free run. And what you have to understand about politics is that the first time Trump was there, the people that were running the system basically told him to give confidence because he's not a politician, and they stuffed his cabinet. John Bolton, neocons, etc. He then started firing these people because he realized they were all stabbing him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they are so afraid of Trump is at this time he knows the game. And I can tell you, as I've spoken to some people with the transition team, it's going to be his own people. It's not going to be picked by the deep state. And as you know, I used to be part of the vetting process for people that wanted to run for president. And then they would send me in to tell them about the world economy, how it really works and all that stuff. So, but it was really a vetting process. Do you think that they're smart enough to handle it, etc.? And then 1999 came by, and I was told, look, we want you to go down and meet with Bush Jr. I said, yeah, okay, fine. And they said, no, this one's different. I said, what's different? And they said, oh, no, he's really stupid. I said, what? They picked that cabinet. They picked Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was really president. The same way right now, it's not Camilla and it's not Biden. It's basically Blinken is running the show. So people have to...
It's who? Who's running the show, Martin?
Blinken, the Secretary of State.
Okay.
He's a real neocon. He's the one causing all the problems, threatening everybody on every which front. So this time you're looking at most likely Trump is going to do things that maybe you might suspect are just politician nonsense. But it's not. I had even worked with Congress on eliminating the income tax and taking Social Security and turning it into a wealth fund back in the 90s with Dick Armey and Bill Archer, etc. And Trump has come out and suddenly has said he would like to eliminate the income tax. And I can tell you all this stuff because I was part of it. Would he do it? It would take if he's got the Senate and the House, possibly. It's not going to require repealing the 16th Amendment. That you'll never get done because all the states have income taxes.
Sorry, just for those of us uninitiated, which amendment is the 16th, please?
That's the income tax.
Okay.
Just to impose the income tax back in 1913.
Yeah, you guys love to talk about how the Declaration is the greatest document ever written, and then you failed to mention the fact that it had to be amended 24 times afterwards.
Well, as originally written, it outlawed direct taxation. That's what the 16th Amendment was about. It said, no, you can't. And so, yeah, but pretty much everything that they did from the original Constitution that did protect our rights, they have nullified pretty much. you don't have the right to free speech. If you read the First Amendment, it says the government shall not. But then you have the Biden administration telling YouTube, cancel this guy, that guy, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So they have circumvented everything that they possibly can. I mean, that's just the way governments work. You give them a little bit of power and they want it all.
Martin, when you look at the map and you see 211 Donald Trump, 145 Kamala Harris, you go Donald Trump's getting in? Because I know the last time I talked to you, you said the model shows this, and I don't believe it. Are you starting to believe it now, or are you like, it's too early to call?
No.
Well, what did the model show?
The computer has been always right. I mean, what I meant personally was that I know he's such a threat to these people. And I had said on a number of podcasts, I thought they would try to assassinate him. And they did. All right. I know some of these neocons. I've had dinner with them. You look in their eyes and believe me, you do not see a warm light. And I mean, people like John Bolton, I mean, he would invade Canada up there to get 2 Russians, you know. I mean, these people are just insane. And unfortunately, they have control of foreign policy right now. I can't see them just handing it back willy-nilly. And that's why I thought that they would try to assassinate him. I'm hearing that they are planning to stage a huge protest in D.C. if he wins. And they want to make it so bad that he'll be forced to call out the military or the National Guard, basically. And then they'll say, see, he's a dictator. They're planning on blocking absolutely everything that he tries to do. So it's important that if he can grab the Senate as well as the House, then you've got something that's going to be very, very interesting indeed. But the problem is with this election is the Democrats have gone way too far. Calling, you know, you started out, you know, anybody didn't vote for them as the deplorable. Then they're a Nazi. Now they're just garbage. You can't insult half the country. I mean, even Jamie Dimon from Davos said he's barely a Democrat anymore because you can't insult half the country. And you're getting violence right here. I mean, a campaign manager that I know, she was just attacked on Saturday just standing at a poll. I mean, they ended up arresting the guy, but I mean, you have created such a division that I am concerned. Look, 2 years ago, when I said the computer had warned that 2024 could be the last election, I thought it was off the wall then. Now I can see at least how it's possible. You got 70% of the people in California talking about that they would prefer to secede, you know, if Trump wins. I mean,
not the people in the North, though.
No,
the North just want to secede already.
You just have such a division, and it's not like, well, okay, fine. When Obama was elected, you didn't vote for him. You just moved on. Big deal. It doesn't seem to be that way this time. I hope I'm wrong, but I mean, the computer is showing that civil unrest is going to rise, particularly going into January. So Trump is anti-war. So you probably see like the medals come down a bit initially, just as when they thought Ronald Reagan was a war hawk, they went up initially. So it's going to be dicey, but you know, the neocons have got control of NATO and Europe, and they're, you know, you can Google it up. They were trying to raise $100 billion and they wanted to make themselves Trump-proof, that they want to keep the funding going for the war. They're the ones wanting to hand that, agreeing to hand long-range missiles to Zelensky. Ukraine is just our proxy, the same way as Hezbollah is Iran's proxy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's really much of a difference. I know a lot of Ukrainians, and trust me, what they tell me is that if he was on fire, they wouldn't urinate on him until he was dead. They just feel he's a puppet of the West, and he's not there really for the Ukrainian people at all.
Martin, I just want to pick your brain for a sec here. So one of the things that's come up a little bit, and Vance, you're probably going to recognize this little map here. So we're looking at Illinois, and just as an example, you've got a lot of places that are red, which is tiny little pockets of blue, and the tiny little pockets are enough to sway the popular vote in that state. In Canada, this is really similar to what's happening right now in Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC. Have you seen anything in the computer about the urban-rural divide and maybe its resolution or it getting worse or anything that happens along those lines in the next whenever, actually?
Well, it's definitely we're looking at a lot of separation movements in Europe, America, Canada. This is all part of the international division, I think. And politics has become just so divisive on a global scale. I mean, it's crazy. I have friends in Germany. They won't even let their 13-year-old daughter walk to school anymore. They have to rent a car to comes pick her up and take her to school. It's too dangerous. This is crazy. It's there in Europe. It's worse than the migrants that we've had in North America, mainly because they're Islam. And so they tend to, you have some of them, there was like over 1,000 girls that were raped on New Year's Eve. And Germany tried to hide it and told the police to take the word rape out of the reports. It's a different culture clash over there, much more so than it is here in North America, I think.
Martin, good to see you again, by the way.
How you been?
Good. It's been a long time, like a week, I think, since we talked. When you and I did speak last week, we touched on you said that you thought Trump would win. What do you think? I mean, I know into January 6th, the certification and then the inauguration. Do you see something happening November, December-ish, or you think it'll be calm?
No, I don't think it's going to be calm at all. I got one email from somebody. It's like, well, how do I dress tomorrow? This will be the first Civil War I go to. It's the computer is showing a major directional change here in November. It's showing rising volatility in December, and January is a very, very sharp spike. It's with these neocons. Look, I just know some of these people. Bill Kristol, it's his father even started that movement. He spoke at one of our conferences in the 90s. I've known Bill for a long time. He wanted, I argued against them. Back then it was, if we took out Saddam Hussein, Assad out of Syria, and Gaddafi, we would bring peace to the Middle East. I mean, they're all into regime change. I said, you're out of your mind, but this is what these people do. I mean, they think they have the right to interfere in other elections. And Obama sent up people there to Canada. I mean, I was in London when Tony, Blair was up. And who did I bump into? James Carville. I mean, this is just, they all interplay with each other. They're all been pushing this leftist agenda, and this is what's going on. So I would expect a lot more violence going into January. I am very concerned that they will do whatever they possibly can to stop Trump. I don't think the assassination thing is off the table. The rumor that was going around, which is why he asked for military protection for flying, was that Iran was sending over terrorists to shoot down his plane. So I think okay, fine. Somebody uses a shoulder-mounted rocket. Well, how do you know who it was? And you're not going to be able to catch them. The second assassin. Look, the Constitution says you have a right to a speedy trial. Look at what they've done with that guy, because he didn't get killed. So that presented a problem. Florida is not allowed to investigate, and they asked the judge for a postponement indefinitely for a trial. It's totally unconstitutional, but they don't want to put the guy on trial anytime before elections, period. What's he going to say? Will he suddenly die of a heart attack like Epstein or what? I mean, even with Epstein, that was very clear. I had put on our blog, I said, the question is, does he commit suicide before he pleads or after? They never will allow somebody that could take down, Clinton, or, just high level people ever take trial. They just will not. It's not going to happen.
So the volatility, do you see it like in the Chicagos and the New Yorks and the LA type places?
Yeah, you're going to see it a lot. But I mean, mainly Washington, from what I hear, that they're planning a very major protest there, and they want to make it serious enough that he's forced to call out the National Guard so they can then keep up that nonsense. Oh, he's a dictator.
Biden to call the National Guard, Martin, is what you're saying. Not when Trump takes office.
Well, for the inauguration.
Oh.
I mean, this is what's going around. I mean, does it happen? Does it not? I'm telling you is what sources are saying out of Washington right now. Look, most of these people were calling for Camilla to win. Again, I think our computer was the only one saying a Trump victory. Same thing happened in 2016. Same thing happened with Brexit. The computer's just not doing polls of people. It's just looking at the economics. People will always, at the end of the day, they're going to vote on their pocketbook.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you know what? If I could make a great point to affirm what you just said there, DC, 90% and change for Kamala.
Yeah.
If that's exactly what you were just saying, Martin. People will vote for their pocketbook, and this is the Ottawa of the states, or you could say that. Well, you could flip it around either way. Is Canada the state's hat, or is the state's Canada's pants? But 90% in Washington voted Kamala. So yeah, people do vote for what enriches them personally, which actually begs an interesting question. Should places like Ottawa and Washington have a vote in the elections?
Well, look, if you look at Georgia, all the districts are red except for the major cities. And that's where they pour them in. And look, you have, Camilla's been out there saying, like, an abortion. Complete lie. She knows it's a lie. The Supreme Court's already ruled. You would, to overrule the Supreme Court would take a constitutional amendment. So then she's got to get it past the Senate and the House. And then every state has to vote on it. Never going to happen.
But I mean, it's the, she's trying something that hasn't been, she's throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks at that point when they bring out abortion. Same thing in Canada. They're grasping at coat hangers when it comes to abortion.
Yeah, look, it's,
Nothing.
Justice Ginsburg, she even did a piece in the New York Times. She was there at the Supreme Court when Roe versus Wade was decided. She had nothing to do with women's rights. It was all about eugenics. It was Bill Gates's, father and Planned Parenthood to reduce the population. That's what it was all about. So it's, but then they tell you, oh, it's your right to do this. Oh, okay, my right, yeah. And they get all riled up about it.
Gents, I want to pull us back to the map, if you would, just for a couple seconds here. We're talking like Donald Trump has won. At 211-153, he's 59 short, if I'm not mistaken. And I go, what are you seeing off of this that just says, oh, yeah, he's going to win? I'm once again, I'm the illiterate Canadian sitting up here looking at the map going, how do we, because from where we've been talking all night long, we said the last 60 votes were going to be the hardest thing for Trump to get. And has that changed somewhere along here? Because, when we're talking like Trump is going to be elected, I'm just curious what people are seeing that, is there anything sticking out on the map that you're like, oh, that's why, when it sits 211-153?
I would say Pennsylvania. If he can win Pennsylvania, that I think is going to be, I don't think Camilla can win without Pennsylvania. And the other one, which is still kind of close, is Virginia. I mean, if he were to take Virginia, that's clearly it. But
he's got a lot of ground to make up there.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is starting to look really promising, Pennsylvania is starting to look really promising, but Virginia, it's, they're both looking promising, but in the opposite directions for the opposite people. The other interesting thing, though, is Wisconsin, I would say. Not a huge difference, but, close enough. This is the kind of thing that the Lieutenant Colonel was talking about before. It's close enough to keep you worried. And then Arizona, it's right neck and neck, 3,000 votes and just 51% reporting. And then Nevada over here is just being like, screw you guys, we're gonna throw it in tomorrow. But I think Georgia and North Carolina are fairly set. Minnesota's hardly recorded any votes so far, 17%. You got Nebraska at 57%, but they're going to split, within their five. I think it's 5 in Nebraska. Yeah, 5. So I think the ones that are popping out for me right now, anyway, and feel free for somebody to correct me, is Philadelphia, Wisconsin, and Nevada.
Well, I'm wondering, Vance, I hate to pick on you, but you've been listening along. I'm just kind of curious. What are your thoughts? Like when you stare at the map, or when you listen to Martin, when you're listening to everybody talk. I'm just, to add you kind of back into the conversation. What have your thoughts been as we're discussing this idea that Trump is going to get there? I don't know. I'm just curious. One of the things that we got people sitting in from all over the United States right now. Talking about this. I was just kind of curious from St. Louis, where you're sitting, listening to all this. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to win Georgia. I've been watching the New York Times because I figure if they give any to Trump, they probably do it begrudgingly. So they right now have it at 230 for Trump, 187 for Harris. And Georgia is looking like it might go. They've already called North Carolina for Trump. And so, I still think it's anybody's game. It's looking like Wisconsin is leaning towards Trump. Looks like Michigan is also leaning there. Pennsylvania. I mean, those 3 states I think are probably gonna make or break. If we call Georgia for Trump, it looks like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin would put him over the top on that.
Yeah, 230 now. Like it seems so close yet, like it's also so far away. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that because he hit 200 a while back, and it's been this slow tick now to try and get any more traction after that. And once again, these are the battleground states that everybody talks about.
Well, it doesn't seem
to have all the West Coast. I mean, California is a big one.
Martin, doesn't it seem though at this point where we're sitting right now? I mean, he is stronger than what he was in 2020, and you would really need some. I don't want to swear on your show, Sean. Some
do
late
it. Do it.
Some late night fuckery like last time where pipes break or whatever. Like resume counting at 4 a.m. or the same tactics. And I thought that was the playbook they were going to use, and but I don't know. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it now. There's too many votes they got to find to make up the difference in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina.
Well, there's a lot of duffel bags in the world. You're absolutely right though about the chicanery in the middle of the night. Like if we were smart, we would keep this live stream going till like 7 a.m.
Nope.
Exactly.
I'm thinking Revenge of the Nerds. Remember when they put those cameras at the sorority house, Revenge of the Nerds, and they were watching all night? No, nobody knows that movie.
I'd rather be there in person, more like what happened in Porky's. But yeah, continue.
But I will say this: the betting markets have gone absolutely nuts for Trump. They're saying 90%. Elon Musk is saying game, set, match. The Bitcoin price again, it just hit new highs, 74,500. So I mean, it's looking like the objective measures that aren't counting the votes are looking like they're
all swaying to Trump. They're all saying the underlying little things that we're staring at are all going Trump's way.
Yeah, look, even our market forecasting that the computer did tended to look like it was going to move towards Trump.
Well, we were looking at Polymarket an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago, and it was 80% Trump, and now it's 94.7.
Yeah,
and that's in the past hour.
I had a listener text me, Martin, asking specifically, let's play out this scenario. Trump wins here. Then the next roughly 90 days becomes the next important stretch, if you would, until he's inaugurated. Mm-hmm. And they're wondering how dangerous of a time is that, one, and two, do they up the security on him because he becomes, well, he's going to be.
They don't want to up the security on him.
Well, I know what you mean, but I'm just curious. Like in that 90 days, is that a standard thing for the winner to all of a sudden grab more security, or you're like maybe
previously not. No, it was never that big of an issue. This election is clearly, it's so divided. I mean, it's the Democrats have used such hatred. That's the whole problem. That it's not like vote for me because my policy's this and his policy's that. No, he's garbage. He's Nazis. When you start getting into that, it's you're not running an election. You're basically running a smear match. Even at the Democratic convention, I think they threw his name out. It was more like a hate fest. It was 289 times.
289 times what?
They threw out his name at the Democratic convention.
Oh, okay, yep.
I mean, it's look, it's a psychological tactic. Like Saddam Hussein. Oh, he's gassing his people. He's doing this. They demonize the person to justify going in and killing, basically everybody that's even associated with them. They're doing that to Putin. All right, they tried it with Assad, and they're using it domestically with Trump. And the problem with that is that it does psychologically damage people, and then I mean, you looked at some of the polls from Democrats. 70% were saying that Russia is our greatest enemy. I mean, it's just
California is your greatest enemy.
Pardon me?
California is your greatest enemy.
Yes, no, the enemy is within, basically. I mean, look, the old days of empire building are not valid anymore. Russia's not interested in conquering Europe and occupying it, and no more than China is interested in occupying the United States. But these neocons are, honestly, I can tell you, because I was in DC when Gorbachev made his speech and Reagan wanted to go meet with him. And they told him back then, all right, they couldn't say he was a communist. So they said, oh, you can just never trust a Russian. So it turned from hatred of communism to just racism or something. It's
anti-Asian racism of all kinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. These people, I think, were psychologically damaged in the 50s when we had to hide underneath our desks, for air raids or something. And Russia was going to nuke us any day or whatever. But and they just never got over that, I guess. I don't know.
Isn't it funny how when you scare a bunch of children for several years simultaneously, they end up scarred afterwards? He said hypothetically right after the whole lockdown thing. Martin, I've wanted to ask you, every time I've seen you on Sean's show, you've always got the computer running in the background. Can you tell us what's going on back there real quick? Or is that super top secret?
No, that's just preparing we're doing a conference at the end of the week. So this is, just grains, wheat up here. And over here, I'm just writing reports for we have to hand out at the conference. But
you took down all the sexy stuff before we came on board, unless of course you're in Missouri, in which case you want to see everything about the grain prices.
Now we have a lot of farmers, cattlemen, the big guys, U.S., Australia. So they fly in for this event. They want to know what's going on.
Martin, I want to ask you one question real quick. What do you say to people, regular people that, are going to celebrate this Trump victory and they think, oh, I can go back to 2019, go back to the couch and my fantasy football and lattes and my blissfully unaware stage life. What do you say to that?
Well, I'm not so sure they're going to be doing that after they start seeing the reactions. I mean, I would like to hope that they'll just settle down and say, all right, fine, he won, and just go about your business. But I don't know. I just don't see that so easily this time. They just turned it into such a hate fest. It's just, and that's not the way you run politics.
I want to say thanks to Vance Crowe for hopping in tonight. He's going to sign off from St. Louis as we get into the long hours of the live stream. Appreciate you coming on, Vance, and giving us some insight from your eyes. Appreciate you coming along for the Canadians, trying to compete with the CNN or whatever. Maybe we're definitely the CBC up here. Hey, Deuce.
You know what? We're probably not too far away from CNN, although I will say, to their credit, they have really tried to have a lot more nuanced and honest coverage of this election. Although I do suspect that it's because if Trump wins, they're going to make a shit ton of money.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. This was a blast, and it's fun to see Canada taking so much interest in what we're doing. We'll see you guys around.
Sounds
good. Well,
thanks.
I mean, you guys are kind of like our, pet squirrels. We don't want you to get shot.
Thanks, Vance.
Always love seeing that guy.
Yeah, I agree. As we close in on, once again, Marty, I don't want to keep you for too long. You tell me, if you got time and you want to hang out with us, you're more than welcome to. But if you're like, nope, because you've been on.
Yeah, no, I am going to have to leave soon here. I got
sure. Well,
so
I tell you
much
what
to do yet.
Yeah, no, Marty. Then one final thought from you, just where we sit at the election right now. I'm just going to pull it up real fast. I don't know if anybody has the offhand. Here, let's just pull it up. It is 211-153 still. Is that where we're at? I thought it was 230.
So there's 230-192 is AP, and I think that's the New York Times, I want to say, also running the same stuff.
Sure.
And then CNN is running 211-153.
Fair enough. Well,
so
Marty,
if you look at that 230, I think they're thinking a little bit slightly further ahead than CNN does. Go with that though.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Martin, one final thought from you then, as we close in on, at some point, I assume they're going to announce, but you never know. The way our elections have been going up here, they drag, BC drug it on for over a week, counting mail-in ballots, and then all of a sudden,
and then they found some today.
And then they found more, and I feel like we've all heard this story before. Mm-hmm. But if you had one final thought for the viewers, fire away.
I'm just concerned that we're looking at a rise in civil unrest. If they take this away from Trump any way, shape, or form, with more mail-in ballots, and if you look at one thing the computer did do, it also said that this would be a huge turnout. And it was projecting somewhere around at least 65, maybe up to 70% turnout. I mean, I think there was early voting was only 12 million back in 2016. You're looking at over 82 million this time. And over 40 million are mail-in ballots. And I'm waiting to verify, but I got emails coming in from DC saying that the Pentagon forgot to send mail-in ballots to all the troops overseas.
Those are the only people you should be sending them to.
Yeah.
Full
stop. Guys who actually are risking their lives, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they wanted to vote, they shouldn't have been enlisted during an election cycle.
What I can tell you is that I had information about the January 6th event. The reason Pelosi was reluctant to call in the National Guard is because they were afraid that most of them were Trump supporters. And I know some of them were actually even asked, who did you vote for? So, I mean, they were afraid that they might then join the crowd and overthrow them. But so this one is probably going to be just as hot and furious, I would think, come January. Let's see what happens. But with over 44 million mail-in ballots, that's a lot that they can play with too.
Well, we appreciate you hopping on, Marty, and doing this. All the best. Look forward to having you on the show here at some point. Again, I mean, obviously, right now we're having you on the show, but always appreciate when you give us some of your time. Look forward to seeing what you bring out next. But thanks again for hopping on with us, Marty.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and good luck up there.
Nice
Good
talking
to see
to
you, Martin.
Oop, and then of course I kicked him out. Thanks, Martin. I kicked him out, and I was like, anyways. Thanks, Martin, for hopping on. Now, Mike, you started it out, and you're the last going with a couple of Canadians talking U.S. election.
That's a great holdout.
This is like Hunger Games.
I agree. You're like, you are the chosen one. At any point, if you're like, you know what, I just got to bow out, boys, we completely understand. We're sitting here, and I'm watching this, and I'm going like, we've done this now 4 times where we sit and we wait for them to call an election. Now in BC, we had to bow out. And then of course my camera can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sadly, It's disappointing, but
I tell you what, I'm going to get my camera working.
You're far prettier as the.
I bet you. I bet you
no,
think that
we're better looking than you are right now.
Significantly, actually.
I mean,
actually,
camera or not.
But to be fair, Michael, I don't think Sean's ever looked so good.
Yeah, he does. You're a handsome Canadian, Sean.
Yeah, you guys.
No, but just right now,
you guys are real funny.
Real
funny, eh?
The color texture is just amazing right now.
Yeah, it's a great contrast.
Yeah.
All I was going to say is
that
you look taller.
The avatar's shiny head is probably a great representation of what you're going to look like.
Here's a funny
in
thing,
3 years.
Mike. This is funny for Twos to say about me. For a full year, we used to do the show and then put a box over Two's head because he was worried about being exposed. Now he's gonna chime in on how good I look. I made you look good for a year, bucko. All right, that's what I did for you with a big old.
He's just so bitter. Have you ever noticed how bitter the guy is?
Can I share with? Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
That's it. He's gone.
No, he's removing me from the studio. Is what's happening. I can hear you.
There's a coup. Civil unrest.
This right here is the United States election. Yeah.
It's A2 Brute. No, you know what I'm thinking about right now, Sean? I don't know if you and I were talking about this when I was on your show. I love boxing, and there's a documentary called "When We Were Kings" about the Rumble in the Jungle of Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. And when George Foreman finally gets knocked down, if you've ever, the documentary is fantastic, but Muhammad Ali was not supposed to win that fight. And Foreman ends up going down, and Norman Mailer, who was commentating, on the documentary. I'm by myself now.
Oh, sorry.
Stop messing around with the cameras. Oh my goodness!
But
this is why we don't.
Foreman goes down and Ali wins, and Norman Mailer's like, he did it. He's champion again. We couldn't believe it. That's what's running through my head right now with this whole Trump thing. Like, I'm just like, the guy got shot.
Everybody loves a comeback story.
It's just I know it's not called yet, but I mean, it looks like he's going to pull it off.
Well, I'm looking at it, and the numbers are strong in Pennsylvania, and Nevada is just starting to come in. It's 2%, which is way too early. But when you look at it, so here's what I've been mucking around with in the background, and Sean goes to it every once in a while. He's like, "That's not the right map." But if you leave Nebraska and Maine as kind of in the middle sort of things, you've got roughly what we're looking at here, and it's got Trump at 276, because I think Alaska and Hawaii are pretty much foregone conclusions, and I think they cancel each other out, or pretty close anyway. And so anyhow, this is roughly what I'm looking at in terms of how I think it's going to finalize. And even if Nevada ends up going blue, you're still 270. So it's not a foregone conclusion, but I think it's starting to look pretty damn promising for old Orange Man Bad. You're muted.
Yeah. Oh, I was planning to go to bed early, and now I feel like I got to stay up, for a while to see what transpired, how this plays out.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, it's just that kind of classic ticking clock. But it's even more fun because you're looking at 50 different ticking clocks, and you're like, oh, what's going on over here, and what's going on over here, and what's going on over here. You got Puerto Rico, which, to the best of my knowledge, their vote has no outcome, or they don't even vote in this, right? They're just sort of along for the ride, however it goes, right? Is that more or less correct?
No, they're not involved in this. I don't know that answer for sure, but Puerto Rico doesn't play a part in this.
Yeah, because I mean, you guys have 50 official states, but you've got Puerto Rico and I think a couple other ones that are just sort of tag-alongs, where they don't vote, they don't have a say in things, but they also don't have a share in the national debt. And if you guys ever want to extend that opportunity to Alberta, we would be very interested in hearing how that goes.
Right.
And you know, we've got a lot of hardworking folks and a lot of natural resources. Although I will say that the natural resources in Canada don't magically end at the Alberta border. It's just that the other provinces aren't inclined to develop theirs. And Brenda, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, Brenda in the comments says, did Shaun do a beer run? I think he might. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe he's just really sad and he needs to put on an extra hat. But in the meantime, what were you going to ask?
Oh, no, I was just saying, how are you guys feeling up north right now?
With regards to what?
Just politically where things are at, or the direction, or... I haven't talked to anybody in Canada in a little while, so...
Well, we hate the way things are federally. And then the Liberals just announced a big emissions cap on the oil and gas sector, which is interesting because if you really cared, you would put an emissions cap on every sector because you care about the environment, right? But the Liberals have kind of, their one main go-to right now is to fight with people. It's the only time their poll numbers go up is when they're fighting with somebody. And so they picked a fight with Alberta to presumably try and get back from a giant deficit in popular, polling, basically. And so now you've got this sort of Alberta versus Ottawa thing, which it sucks because Shaun and I are in Alberta, and you got this thing where we get fights picked with us. And whenever we punch back, we're the bad guys. But how do you not punch back? And it's this brutal catch-22 the Confederation is. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, we can't leave soon enough. And Shaun and I were just at the UCP, which is the governing party in Alberta. We were just at their AGM this weekend. And the biggest round of applause that anybody had all weekend was a guy saying that Alberta needs to separate. So, things are pretty broken in Confederation.
I lose my camera for 5 minutes. I can't get it back on, so I'm running off this camera. Come back, and now we're talking separation of Alberta. I'm like, what did I miss here?
What?
Hey,
you froze.
Oh my God! This is my sign that I'm not allowed to do anything anymore.
Well, what were you trying to do when that popped up?
I'm gonna jump off, guys.
All right, fair enough.
Unless I appreciate you having me on, Shaun. Great to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Thanks for sticking around for 3 hours of live coverage. Appreciate it.
You're an absolute trooper, and I have the exact same level of appreciation. Thank you very much, Michael.
Oh, no, thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me, and it was great to chat with you guys, and look forward to more conversations.
Before you roll out, Shaun introduced you as being the host of a podcast. Could you remind everybody else listening what it is?
Yeah, it's called Coffee and a Mic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on Twitter, Rumble, Instagram, Facebook, but mostly Twitter. I use X, and my video channel is on Rumble. You can find me on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
If you like Tom Luongo and Alex Craner and Steven Murray and all these characters, Dave Collum, they're a regular fixture on Coffee and a Mic.
I got her coming on tomorrow. Shaun, you should get her on your show, Diana West.
I should get Diana West on. You're absolutely right. I'll bug you about that offline.
Who's Diana West and why is she coming on the podcast? I mean, aside from the book.
This is her book. She's wrote a few books, but I just wanted to chat with her about the election tomorrow. So she was on a couple weeks ago. I had her and Dave Collum on together. And I've kind of have a call it, you kind of joke around, a separate series, Coffee and a Column. Dave Collum and I will have, reach out to Dave and then have other people on. So Diana West was, somebody that he had mentioned I was not aware of. So we talked about her book. And then tomorrow I just want to get her insight of what she thinks about what's going on in the election. Mm-hmm. So
Dave Collum tonight told me, Mike, that he said my wife would kill me and I'll have to pass. Moves too slowly anyways. I'm like, Dave Collin would be the perfect for this. Sit and banter for 4 hours. You kidding me? He would have been fantastic.
Have you had him on? Have you talked to him? Yeah.
Dave Collin?
Yeah.
Yes, several times. Yeah. Really, he's such an easy guy to talk to.
You know, that guy, man, it's interesting about this, about him, because he can, I watch him on other shows. I hadn't seen him on yours. I have to go find it. But I just watched him on Daniela Camboni on ITM Trading from a couple of weeks ago. I've watched him with Marty Bent for Bitcoin, TFTC. And you listen to him, and there's always something different that you can grab. He can just go in so many different directions, and it's amazing. The way he can absorb information. I mean, he just reads books, listens to audiobooks and podcasts all the time.
Mm-hmm. And is in circles with some of the most interesting people on the planet.
All over the board. Like, you can talk to him. I mean, it's one thing to talk about chemistry, because he's an organic chemist at Cornell. But, I mean, you get into the economy, geopolitics, domestic issues. I mean, it's just... There's so many different lanes you can go on. I mean, I'll chat with him. His show with Daniela was 38 minutes or 45 minutes or something. And I'm like, oh, that's it? I've talked to him for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
See, people like that are tricky, though, because you're just like, it doesn't matter what direction you want to go in. It's always the right direction to go. And so you're like, oh, well, you know what? I'd love to pick his brain about this. And then you end up going here and you got 50 other things that you could ask him about that would be great conversations that never even happen.
Well, it's just all and it's all the more reason to just keep bringing him back on. And the way the world is, the carousel is going right now. There's just always something to talk about. Like, I wanted to do a whole pre-election thing. As many as I could get in. Like, I had Matt Bracken on yesterday, and then Carl Denninger. Which, Sean, if you haven't had him on yet, the ticker guy, that's another great conversation. But as soon as these results come in, whole new set of conversations that we could have. Last week I had Dave and Jim on, Kunstler.
Well, the thing is like, now that we're starting to have a clear picture of where this is going, right? 227, 165. I also show the other one at 230 to 205 now. So that one's tightening up. I assume some of that's starting to play out, which means like whichever way this falls, there's been so much speculation. Like, talking about the Cornerstone Forum, where Tom and Alex and a few others are coming up to Canada, to Calgary, to talk in May. I got asked the other day, well, who else is coming? And I'm like, I can't even ask people. I mean, the U.S. election is at the time a couple weeks away. Like, people are so focused on it. There's nothing to talk about but this. This is the Super Bowl of Super Bowls. And until you get past this, you actually don't know what direction the United States is taking. And for the entire world, that's a big what if, a big question mark of like, where are we going? And so, like, one of the things with all the people you're talking about is, as soon as this finally gets in, it'll be interesting, because it will change conversations if Donald Trump's in or Kamala Harris is in. Because there will be no, what if? The what if is going to be gone here, hopefully tonight, but you just never know. We witnessed this when Tuz and I did BC election live coverage probably 2 weeks ago now, where we sat up till midnight and they just wouldn't give us the result. And then it was still a week after and they were counting mail-ins. I'm like, this is wild. Like,
we should have just been live streaming the whole time. We could have just been, take a little nap here and there, like Jamie Sinclair, and having a good time. The funny thing is, though, is you're absolutely right, is that the conversations that people are wanting to have, they're really holding off depending on how this goes. Like Trump said, day one, he's going to approve Keystone XL, which technically is just... Yeah. Oh, now, I don't know on the business side of it where they're at and whether they're prepared to accept that and prepared to move forward.
Donald Trump doesn't say that without having a couple conversations. That's just my gut feeling on that he would have had some conversations to the business side of things. Mike, I don't want to hold you in on this conversation. You'd mentioned that you were going to hop out, and then we got talking about your podcast and all the wonderful things you're doing there. You don't have to stick in with me and Tuz, because we're going to sit here and banter.
No. I was just going to add really quick, though, is to what you guys are saying. This is only, and what Martin just said, this is the beginning. And this carousel, I think, will accelerate, and it provides a great opportunity, I think, for what we're doing. Because people, it reminds me of COVID after 2020. Remember New Year's Eve of 2020? People, like, personally, were posting, thank God 2020 is over. Like, and January 1st is going to be a new day, and, like, this is all going to be behind us. Well, obviously it wasn't.
Buckle up.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the same thing, but potentially worse, right? Because the economic havoc that's coming, I don't know how much Trump, you can't just move around levers to fix all this. And we'll see. I always say we'll see my whole life. We'll see. But
well, I mean, you're
never
never
a lot
wrong.
of opportunity. Yeah, right. I'm wrong about this. I didn't think he'd win. I mean, he hasn't yet, but I did not think he would win. So
you obviously didn't think it. You didn't think it'd be this close either. Then, Mike, you thought it would by this time. Because where we sit right now off the one map, 230, 165. I mean, the other map has her at 205. So I mean, take that for a grain of salt. But
if this got locked in exactly where everything is, and Alaska goes red and Hawaii goes blue, which is what they're largely expected to do, you've got a Trump victory here with this. The way this map is right now.
I guess,
and even if Arizona goes the other way, which it's neck and neck right now, and talking to everybody in Arizona tonight, even with that, it's still a Trump victory.
Yeah, I just come back to with Mike and actually Lieutenant Colonel Steven Murray, retired Lieutenant Colonel Steven Murray, both the surprise at where we're sitting right now. I hear the surprise, I see the surprise on Mike's face, and that's very interesting to me.
I got to go watch that scene from that movie because that's exactly what I've been replaying in my head. Like, he did it. He's champion again. I couldn't believe it. Have you ever seen that documentary?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's old. So they filmed it during the Rumble in the Jungle. It was a documentary.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali?
Yeah, When We Were King.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember when Foreman got knocked down and Norman Mailer was the gray-haired, and he said he did it. He's champion again. We couldn't believe it. And like that's what I'm like. That scene is just playing out in my head right now. And I know he hasn't been declared it yet, but you're just like, this is gonna happen.
So you think this is just a Rocky III moment for Trump, basically?
Like with Thunder Lips, or no, Muhammad Ali, not Rocky III.
Well, no, but with Rocky III, where he gets knocked down early, he's out of the count, and then he does a nice montage on the beach, and then next thing you know, he recaptures the eye of the tiger, and he comes back to win it.
Oh, that's a comic book movie, like Muhammad Ali, the real documentary.
Yeah, like
not
the
Rocky
real
IV
deal
with a
too.
Russian. Yeah, like the real.
He's saying like.
I love Rocky III, by the way.
As you're sitting there watching Muhammad Ali get pummeled, and he's still doing his thing, he's saying you can literally see it. This guy's gonna win.
Well, it's like the whole strategy of that fight. They showed the training in Pennsylvania where Larry Holmes was one of his sparring partners, and he was allowing Holmes to pummel him to the body to condition himself for that fight. And then, the rope-a-dope in those first 4 or 5 rounds, I mean, he executed to a T. And then all of a sudden, Foreman was gassed out, and Muhammad Ali put him away in like the 9th round, I think. So I don't know. It's just. I'm really glad that I'm a part of this. This recording will be here, and I'll always have to reference it because,
you can say you were right.
This is history. I was wrong. I was way wrong. But this is history, and to be able to capture this moment forever on video and audio is pretty cool, Shaun. So thank you.
Well, Mike, thanks for hopping on.
Thank you very truly.
I mean this like with all due sincerity. I'm like, I can't imagine a couple of Americans saying, "Hey, would you hop on a live stream? We're going to cover the Canadian election." I'd be like, sure, yeah, great. Because that's exactly what we've done here. Is we've just been you guys don't probably realize this. Maybe you do. I don't know. But living up here in Canada, we at times talk more about American politics than Canadian politics. It actually drives me nuts. It's why I interview so many Canadians. It's because I'm like, we got to start talking about our own shit. Like we can't just stare at Trump, Biden, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, all these names.
Well, you don't want to stare at Hillary too long, or she'll just shoot you.
But I mean, like it's appreciate you coming on and doing this and staying up, late enough. We're well over 3 hours now into this. And if we didn't have Americans hop on, me and Twos could have bantered, but you came along for our version of trying to, just pay attention to what the polls are saying, because there's no changing it now, right? We're just staring and talking about what's actually coming out and talking about it.
There's no changing it now.
Well,
Did you not watch the last election?
Sure. But Mike, appreciate you hopping on and doing this. Hopefully we'll be in touch, and best of luck with your interviews tomorrow.
Thanks, you guys as well, and appreciate the invite, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Michael.
See you guys. Good night.
All right. And before we jump into anything else, just shout out to Vitamin D. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
And Michael Ring, he gave a shout out to Sean earlier, but not to me. I noticed.
That's right, Twos, because I'm awesome. I want to make sure.
I'm pretty sure it was a sympathy shout.
I haven't brought this up. Today's sponsor, Westcan Grills and Smokers. I still see a whole whack of people listening to us, to Yahoos, and Westcan.
We're not stopping.
Westcan Grills and Smokers. They're selling Pit Boss and Louisiana Grill products, including pellet stoves, griddles, and all accessories. Shipping and delivery available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. For more details, reach out to Vern Crawford, 306-768-7417. I'm actually going to toss that in the banner. Why the heck not? Way.
Ships anywhere in Western Canada. Good old Saskatchewan people.
Yeah, I interviewed Vern's. He'll be 100 in January in Carrot River.
Vern's
his father.
Yes.
His father. Yes. So, shout out to Vern and to everybody out in Carrot River too. It's been I don't know what you've thought of this too. As we, I don't know. Are we an hour away from a verdict, or are we,
Well, we're an hour away from me peacing out. Here's the thing is that we'll get as far along as we can, but we know that we're going to have we're going to have this in the middle of the night.
You think we're going to see
this? We're going to see this somewhere. We're going to see something like this.
There, right? Down on the bottom, Westcan Grills and Smokers, Vern Crawford. Give him a call, and anywhere in Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia. I don't know. I disagree with you. I don't think we're going to see that in the middle of the night. I have the feeling that Trump's going to win. I don't want to. I look at it and I go I don't want to jump the gun, because I show 230, 209 now on the Google map. So take that for whatever it's worth. I would love to be watching CNN right now to see what they're saying, if they're getting excited or because if you go back,
there was the big breakdown in 2016. Yeah, guys like Cenk Uygur who were just losing their mind on live television, right?
Well, but I go back to recently. We were both in Red Deer for Daniel Smith's leadership vote, and as the count was coming out, so if I can give a little bit of the backstory, right? Like the Friday night into Saturday morning, I think there was a little pent up nerves that maybe she gets voted out. And I remember telling people she ain't getting voted out. I didn't think it was going to be 91.5, but at the same time, I'm I was like, she ain't getting voted out. I didn't think it was going to be 91.5, but regardless, the reason why I bring up the UCP AGM is when they knew, or when they had the pre-count or whatever, all the staffers started running around and getting people ready to go on stage. Everybody was really giddy, happy. You could just see it. And I was sitting there and I'm like, oh, they got good news. Yeah. Because you could just see it, their reaction to it. So, if you're on CNN right now and you're going, oh man, yeah, it's tightening up, but look at the numbers, look at where it's going. Or are they starting to get excited? Because I think that's a little bit of a telltale. So if anyone's in the comments is paying attention to, CNN or any of those guys, I would love to know. Because one of the things that was sitting on this side, we've just been staring at this map and seeing it slowly grow, right? And right now it says 230, 182. The map I show on Google says 230, 209. And you go, it's somewhere in between probably. He's still 40 away.
Interesting thing, Hawaii's already been called for Kamala despite nobody's voted in it. Interesting. But Well, you know, the thing I really would love to see, and this is where we need a producer, I'll tell you this much, Sean, is we need somebody looking at the live reactions. Like, I want to see that woman in green going, ah, and I want to see everybody else losing their damn minds over this election. And we're not going to be able to have that. That's actually probably what we should have thought through. Sean left. So this is probably a great time for me to tell you about, I don't even know. But I tell you
what. You realize I have my headphones on and I can hear you. I was just trying to grab some of Saskatchewan's finest. Oh, where am I going here?
One of these?
There we go.
One of these?
Two's left them here. So I thought, what the heck?
Yeah, Sean
U.S.
bought
election.
Me these.
Why the heck is the guy's name Twos?
So why the heck is the guy's name Twos? Because my Twitter handle is 222 minutes. And that's a little bit laborious. And so Twos is better if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Hey, Phil. Thanks for commenting. People on X are talking about how the CBC is melting down. You seeing that comment? Well, I'm going to pull it up here. So Shannon says people on X are talking about how the CBC is melting down and comparing his tactics to Hitler. Oh yeah. I think honestly, I think watching the CBC could be fun right now too, because you could just like probably make fun of the entire feed as it goes along. Because I mean, like, we should pull it up. Twos, you should pull it up if you can. I would love to see what the CBC's live streaming. I'm sure we can just feed it on to here. Yes.
I don't know. Let's see. They've just got a map. I don't know if there's a video stream to look at.
It'll be YouTube. Go YouTube and search
live
CBC.
Election results.
Yeah.
In many of our cities, large and small across the country, coming up from the south. And that had put a lot of pressure in a lot of neighborhoods. And they used that to create a lot of fear, more fear than I think that was necessary. But it was a real problem, and it continues to be. And so those are things that the Democrats thought that the abortion issue would offset that and the protection of democracy. But it clearly
so for those of you who can't tell, I just put in the chat, I said, you guys suck, and then please die gracefully.
Disqualifying about
and
Donald
it's funny
Trump.
because we're looking at them talking about abortion. Because what do they care about? Wedge issues. And wedge issues that are important to Canadian voters, but not actual Canadian voters, just Laurentians in Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal. And so they're turning this whole thing into an election debate. And let's be clear, Roe v. Wade, all it did was it just kicked it down from the federal government to the state government. So they just said, everybody, each individual state can pick their own, they can make their own decision. And so here's them losing their minds about Roe v. Wade without actually having an honest conversation about it. This is what we tuned in for. And it's dumb. I don't know. Can we go back? Can I scroll back through this and see like them starting to get upset? Oh, here's Rosie Barton.
Rally was very distasteful for some people. I wanted to bring it up because I thought the young man who was enjoying his evening, Isaac,
what was distasteful?
Said that the authoritarian message the Democrats were trying to stick on to Trump didn't stick. But I know that it is of concern here. When I talked to Frank McKenna, he was the former ambassador, Canada's former ambassador to the United States. He said that he believes that a second term for Trump would be Trump unleashed. And he believes that because the people around him that sort of kept him, on the right course largely.
Sorry, did they just say that Trump's first term was on the right course? Is that what they're saying? Is that what they're accidentally admitting? These fucking idiots, Sean. They're just sad, pathetic, boring, and dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wanted to pull it up just to see what was going on, CBC wise.
The comments are just people vote Harris to save lives. Okay, well, whatever. But like Trump, MAGA, Canada likes Trump. Something in Punjabi, Polyev Trump, go Trump. Come on, Harris. Trump. Trump.
I'd be curious, you know, too, as much as I want to stare at the CBC, whatever.
I'm done. I'm done.
Can you pull back up the map we were staring at? I would love to know from the people tuning in. You know, this is if they've tuned in to all of them. This is the fourth time we've done it. So we started with the Alberta election.
Provincial election last year.
Then we did the BC provincial election, the Sask election, and now the U.S. election. I'm just curious, like, what has everybody's thoughts been on it? You know, like, just curious. You know, like, obviously we're not through it. It's 230, 182 on that map, and you know, like now on
everything's starting to get more galvanized. Like, this is 98% Georgia. 93% Georgia, and they're up by 140 or 126,000 votes, and they still haven't called it. They still haven't called Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Pennsylvania, you know, they're up by almost 150,000 or more than 150,000 votes. Still hasn't called Pennsylvania, despite the fact that it's 85%. Those two right there. How many? Georgia is 16, and I think Pennsylvania is 19. Yes. So you're looking at 35, and that puts him at 265. All he has to do at that point is get Michigan, which is 48%, Wisconsin, which is 78%, and he's up by not a huge amount, but a decent amount. Arizona, again, a coin toss. And Nevada is 73%, but only 2% in so far. And Alaska is 3%. So
Willis is saying Georgia is called. Can we find that out? Is that true?
Well, Georgia's not called for CNN, and Georgia's not called for AP or New York Post. But honestly, at this point, why are they not calling it? But you look, Pennsylvania and Georgia get called. You're in 265. You need another 5. You get 3 from Alaska.
2 seconds ago, global exclusive. Wait a second. Who the heck is this thing at? Never mind. We're not even going to go with that. We're never going to get. Don't worry about it. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to dig on it because I'm like, you know, if that's the case, let's find out. You know,
if they get one of them. Okay. Well, actually, according to this, they've got Nebraska locked up. But they get one of the main votes. And
Willis said he was listening to Crowder on Rumble. That's why he's saying they called it. I can't see it on X though. Is the only thing to the listeners tuning in here. I haven't seen it. And Twos is pulling up on the map and it hasn't popped up there either.
Okay, so Georgia gets locked in, Georgia gets locked in, Pennsylvania gets locked in, Alaska gets locked in. And they need just one more spot somewhere else because they're probably going to get one of the main ones. But even if they don't, getting one more somewhere else. So now the Democrats have to come behind in Michigan, where they're down by almost 200,000 votes with half of them in. They're down by 100,000 votes.
So this feels
80% in.
I would love to have I wish we would have covered it last time because then we could be like, at this time last time they were only up by 20,000. You know, when it's too big to steal, that mantra is 100,000 too big to steal. I actually don't know. I have zero clue. I'm like, is 100,000 like a couple of trucks come in and boom, and all of a sudden switches. No, watching Charlie Kirk, they called Georgia as well.
Well, they should have called, we're not calling individual states. Maybe we should be. So the people are like, oh yeah, the Mashup just called New Mexico. But the way it is right now, Georgia and Pennsylvania really look like they're going Trump, which means that and Alaska is pretty much guaranteed going Trump. So the only way to win is if Kamala sweeps Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada and Arizona, which, yeah, I guess technically it's still in play, but I was looking at it assuming that she was going to win it. So they
Donald
need
Trump
to sweep.
up by 11,000 now in Arizona. Is that what I'm seeing? Just under.
So you've got 61 million votes for Trump, by the way, and less than 57 for Kamala. So you know that argument that who's that crazy lady who just tries to kill everybody who disagrees with her? Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton complained that she won the popular vote, but she didn't win the election, and then didn't make that same argument when Trump won the popular vote later on. But okay, Michael, why did you give a shout out to Shaun and not a shout out?
You know
to
why,
Cruz?
Michael. You know why. You know why. Michael says Daily Wire says Trump will win Arizona. Willis says call PA. You can do it.
I'm gonna call PA. I'll call PA.
Leanne Taylor says election wizard on X called Georgia too.
I'm not sure who that is, but
and then finally, but hey, Biden got 8 million, right? I don't know. Yeah.
But yeah, basically the only way that Kamala wins this is if she sweeps Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you too. I
she's
like I look
losing
at,
in all of them.
But once again, this is when Vance was talking about, you know, he went to bed. He had a newborn.
This is
went
it
to bed.
right here. This is it.
Donald Trump is going to win. I know, but this is what I'm saying. Is 100,000? Like one of them is over 100,000 votes. We're not talking 1,000. We're not talking a couple hundred. We're talking 100,000 votes.
Well, all you got to do is just stretch the y-axis on that graph.
100,000 votes, man. I don't know.
See, here's the thing. Like it's interesting because we could keep this going as long. Well,
no. Well, we listen. I got a full beer. I'm going to slowly sip on it. We got half an hour.
As per his tradition.
Yes. We're going to slowly slip on a beer. We got probably half an hour, right? We got till top of the hour. So at you know, I don't know, quarter to 11 o'clock, somewhere there, Mountain Standard Time. We'll probably call this. But in the meantime, we're going to sit and we're going to watch. We're going to have a sociable. And if you're joining in from wherever you're at, if you want to have a sociable, whatever that looks like to you, you know, last time Nadine Ness, it was green tea. You don't have to have a bow. And if you're not in Saskatchewan, you definitely don't have a bow. But, you know, like I look at this and I'm just like.
We got a lot of love for Bo in the comments tonight, by the way.
Yes, we did. Phil Primo, though. The last one they stole at 3 a.m. Okay, yeah, fair.
Absolutely.
How many votes did they truck in the last one? What was the number?
Barely enough.
I understand, but was it 10,000? Was it 1,000? Was it 300? You get my point? Do you get my point, Twos?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. So 93% in Georgia. And they're up by, it's getting tight. It's 120,000.
How much is in? How much is in? 93%. 93% is in.
7%.
Yeah.
So if 7% is 120,000, you're looking at something like 160,000 for 10%, 16 million. Yeah, they basically, if every remaining vote goes to Kamala Harris, then they Georgia.
Win. So, like, that's what I mean.
Which conceivably could happen because
no, it could not.
In a real election or
in a real election? I'm talking a real election.
Talking, yes. All right. So, yeah, in a real election, no, she's lost Georgia. And I would say that with 86%
you want to have
and 170,000 that Trump's ahead by, he's losing his lead a little bit here. Only 170,000 ahead with 86%.
Only 170,000.
She's got to catch like 85% of those votes.
170,000. Did everybody hear that number? I just look at it. To me, I'm like, I get it, folks. I get it. Last time, it happened last time.
There was no election fraud last time.
Yes.
Zero.
So here, this is going to make Twos laugh. Listener just said, so funny story. I fell asleep during the Sask election coverage with your stream on my phone. I wake up with you and Twos hysterically laughing. I listened to the rest of your coverage a few days later. Turns out Jamie's snoring is what woke me up. If you haven't gone and listened to the last 20 minutes of the Sask election
last 16. Like if you're tight for time, hit 16
minutes. If you're tight for time, last 16. But if you want to be completely caught off guard, go last 20, right? Fast forward to 5 hours and 40 minutes. And all of a sudden, you were going to pee yourself laughing because I came that close to peeing myself. I laughed so freaking hard, and that was great. Jim was texting me earlier too. He was wondering if we were going to have him on. And now, if Jim is watching, I gladly bring him on to see what his thoughts are. Maybe
Henry was saying that him and Jamie were drinking Bo earlier on. T-Short, nice to see you guys being you again. You were both oddly professional earlier, just saying because you're past election coverage. Great show again, guys. I would say it's just that it's a little bit outside of our comfort zone.
I would love to recreate what we did with Saskatchewan or BC, but we're learning as we go here. Like
that's also true.
I don't know. I'll put it to this. I'll put it to you this way, T-Short. The guys I invited that would have added in some spice or some laughter, like a JP Sears, just couldn't make it. And if JP Sears was on here,
how
I think
cool would that have been? By the way,
well, it would have been a different field. James Lindsay, I was just emailing with him back and forth, and he just kind of laughed. He's like, it's just too late. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough, right?
Okay, and Badlands Coffee Co. By the way, gotta go. It's been a slice. Thanks, fellas. I don't even know. I've never heard of these guys before, but you should just. Throw us a DM. I'd love to buy some of your stuff.
There you go. Badlands Coffee Co. We'd love to buy some coffee. There was some people on the short list that I thought would add a few things to it, and it just didn't come to be. So you got, when you got Peter McCullough and a retired lieutenant colonel and Tom Luongo, they set the pace for how this is going. Mike Ferris, right? These people, Vance Crowe. Well, I mean, that's what
Vance Crowe is one of the funniest people you'll ever listen to, but it's so understated, and he's one of those guys who's happy to just let other people take the reins. He's very, very funny, but maybe that's just me. Maybe we just
could be just you. Could be just you. I don't know. Vance is great. I'm not. Vance knows what I think about him. I just don't. Vance doesn't make me laugh out. Like last time. We had the amazing Zoltan and Ski Gallers on. Shout out to amazing Zoltan, who's in Seattle right now. And speaking of which, you know what? Screw it.
You're gonna see if Zoltan wants to come on?
He'd already texted me.
You guys traded numbers and everything? Jesus.
Where?
Badlands Coffee. I filled about 180 bags of coffee while listening to your coverage. Thanks for keeping me company. So 180 bags in 3 hours works out to a bag a minute. I feel like those are rookie numbers, Badlands. Like, you guys could definitely do better. I'm a bit disappointed to hear this.
Yeah. Right.
Is this whole bean or is it ground? What's going on?
Man, 230, 180. Well, not that's
230 to 182. But here's the thing: is that you got.
I got 230 to 210 on Google. I think it's healthy to stare at the two.
Yeah.
Where they had
Phil Primo, Deuce, I've got some native smokes. We can wean you off the douche flute. Seriously, those things are like smoking fiberglass. I know all about native smokes. Because I used to, hypothetically, not like in an official, because this is being recorded sense. Hypothetically, I'm well aware of the fact that you can just buy cartons of them from your native friends and smoke them for pennies on the dollar compared to the regular ones. But they literally tear up your lungs with all the just little bits of everything that gets in them. I know all about the native smokes. You know
what I wish we had right now, Twos? I wish we
native
had
smokes.
I wish we had. I wonder if
we should get a sponsor that just gives us native smokes.
You think? You know what I would love to try out for the next? You know what would be perfect right now is listener
native
call
smokes.
in. Listener call in. Fuck! Shut up. Listener call in. I don't want native smokes. Native smokes. Native smokes. You think you could just say it one more time, please? Just one more time in my ear. Native smokes. Can we have native smokes?
No,
You know, it'd be great right now if I had some native smokes. I just sat here puffing away. That's what Tuz is thinking about. I think we've been on here too long. In the last 12 days, this is like
I have seen so fucking much of your ugly mug, man.
We think 6 hours for BC. No, 6 hours for Sask.
Saskatchewan.
And what do we do?
5 hours?
Yeah, I want to say 5
4
there.
hours for BC.
There's 11. This
plus
is going to be
2 days at the AGM. Plus this.
15 hours of me and two staring at our ugly mugs or being in the same room and on and on. Like, it's just, oh boy, you know. I'm waiting for the Zoltan. Zoltan's gonna be pissed. He's gonna read my message in the morning and be like, I missed it.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Oh, you guys were talking about native smokes?
Oh, and he comes with his goggles, smoking away. Ben Shapiro, Mr. Pessimism,
basically, like,
says he's calling it.
You know, you look at it like I've been saying, like with Georgia and Pennsylvania basically locked down. The only way Kamala wins is if she sweeps Michigan, Milwaukee, Arizona, and Nevada, and those are 4 tall orders. Although I feel like I was looking at it 4 years ago and thinking the exact same thing at this point. The only way she wins is if she sweeps those 4 states. And then Biden did. Yeah.
Once again, I look at this comment, and to me, this is telling. So Derek Homanol chimes in, says, flip to NBC to see how long I could stomach it. It's a different feel this election, making excuses for the Dems like whip dogs already. No smugness or calling out Trump. Only reference to Democrats or Republicans. Total disassociation, either of the candidates. To me, that to me is telling.
They feel gut punched.
Well, I mean, right? I mean, it's just, to me, if they thought there was a glimmer of hope, they'd be getting fed that.
Yep.
And right now...
And they'd be like, oh, this is exciting. You guys got to stay tuned. We don't know how it's going to go. But they're looking at the same map we're looking at. And they're saying it's almost a statistical impossibility. Now, that's the funny thing, though, is it was a statistical impossibility until 3 a.m. last time.
Well, you're not wrong. Listen, I don't lose sight of that. I get it. And I go back to what did I say in the middle of it? Barack Obama coming out saying, it's going to take all night long. I want to pull that back up. Barack.
Yeah, he basically just said, it's going to take a long time to.
It took several days to count every ballot in 2020. It's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. That's it. Like when they talk about, that guy's got 131 million followers. What a thing to say.
It's just it's weird that you've got all the blue collar salt of the earth people can just hand count things, not quite instantaneously, but pretty damn fast. And then you've got all these other areas that just want to use voting machines that in theory are supposed to make things simpler. But I mean, here's the litmus test for it is, do you get faster results from counting it by hand or by the machine? And if you get fast results by counting it by hand, first off, your machines fucking suck. And secondly, you really need to reconsider the concept.
Do you think Donald Trump, Elon Musk, do you think they could get in and actually reduce government size by 10%? Like, do you think
those are rookie numbers, Sean?
I know. No, whoa. But just hear me out. You're gonna jump out and you're gonna say 80%. I'm gonna say you're smoking native smokes is what you're smoking. There's no way.
I wish I was smoking native smokes right now.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so is there a way they walk in and actually reduce government size by 10%?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You just look at the stupid divisions.
I know.
Cut them entirely.
I'm asking
you go Javier Milei.
I'm asking if they're gonna do it.
Gone. That's all you got to do.
Are they gonna do it?
What are they going to do? Go on Twitter and complain about it? Musk is just going to laugh at them.
So you think they're going to do it? Think of the ramifications that would have if they go in and reduce
globally.
Government.
It's huge.
Right.
Globally,
that's what I mean.
Huge.
Well, think of that Danielle Smith when I had her on, and
why is Nevada grayed out now?
I don't know. What does it say?
It's grayed out. It was showing red before.
Well, they're slowly stealing it in front of our eyes, folks.
Nevada was red. Well, it was pink.
I show on my map of Google that Nevada's been gray the entire time. So you might be going crazy. We're gonna have to watch. Can we get Toronto to look back at the tapes?
Maybe it's because I've been jumping back and forth between my projections and the historical results. But oh my God, I'm getting memory hold right now. I thought we saw Nevada being pink in this like 10 minutes ago. We've been looking at this for like 4 hours. But I swear to God, I saw Nevada pink before.
Brenda says Nevada on CNN says Trump. There you go.
Well, that settles it then.
Gray is 4 ballots full of ballots. But Brenda says I just checked. So it says.
Okay, I gotta watch this later on and be like, was it pink when we were looking at it, and did it switch when we weren't looking?
2:30. So as we close in on the 4 hour mark, because we got 16 minutes till 4 hours, and I'm like, I don't know, me and Twos could sit here all night.
We're gonna call it. We're gonna call it in about 4 hours, but we should mention our sponsor again. So this episode is brought to you by Native Smokes and
West Can Grills and Smokers. Vern Crawford, he can get you some Native Smokes too. Now he's selling Pit Boss and Louisiana Grill products, including pellet stoves, griddles, and all accessories. Shipping and or delivery available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia. For more details, you can contact Vern at 306-768-7417. And if I'm smart, yep, here it is. I'm going to toss it right there. There, it's on the screen for everybody. West Can Grills and Smokers, Vern Crawford. 306-768-7417. We appreciate the fact that two yahoos from Alberta got, somebody had watched the live election covers we were done. He said, well, you got a sponsor for this? And I said, no, we're just going to kind of wing it tonight because, honestly, do we expect to have...
watch?
It's funny. Right now, there's 4,700 people watching, and I've been watching the numbers on different people through the night, and we're higher than a lot of people. It's actually kind of shocked me, but we've talked a lot about this too. When we started doing this, we're trying to build towards the federal election here in Canada.
Oh, and to be clear, that's the amount of listeners right now, not throughout the evening.
Correct. Like it's been really interesting to watch the numbers go up and up and up. And we've been outperforming a lot of different people, and we're growing to where when Trudeau finally is going to get voted out, that we work towards that date. And the next one coming up is Nova Scotia on what day? November 26th?
November 26th.
Yeah, so we're gonna do, if you think this is fun, wait until we talk Nova Scotia and we, I'm like, I don't know, what are we gonna do? Jeremy McKenzie on for 4 hours? That might be interesting.
Why not? I mean, who else can we have? Like, actually, this would be a great call out. Who would be good to have on for Nova Scotia? All right.
Yes.
And while the comments come in, hopefully here, we're gonna bring up Springfield, Illinois. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the dogs.
Springfield, Illinois went 51.6% Trump and almost 2% RFK Jr.
Well, you think about that. If RFK wasn't on there, right?
Yeah.
Where does that
vote? That's why they kept them. That's why they kept
I know,
them
but that's what
ballot.
I mean. Like, what a sneaky little way to keep a guy on the ballot, right? Now, like, what a wild thing. That's wild to me.
Oh, what? You think that they try and keep this on the up and up and make it as fair? And
no, that's how I know that they knew they were going to lose, is when they do silly things like that to try and steal percentage points because they know it's going to be that close in every percentage point.
Because a couple thousand people are going to vote RFK Jr. and they hope that that's going to make the difference.
Carrie Ann Kane says, great job, guys. Feeling confident and hitting the hay. Praying I wake up to 270.
Well, either way, you're going to wake up to 270.
Can you scroll up on that map just so I can see the numbers?
230.
230 still.
So nothing new has been called. But, yeah, I mean, basically, you got Georgia, which, according to this map, still hasn't been called yet, despite the fact that it hasn't moved since we looked at it 20 minutes ago. And Georgia here on this map, 93%, same numbers. Still not being called. Pennsylvania is at 88%, and Trump has 168,000 votes. That's a lot to come back from, right? And so, like I was saying before, if Georgia and Pennsylvania go red, then Harris has to sweep 1, 2, 3,
Vigilant
and
Fox
4.
on Twitter said, "This is absolutely remarkable. Donald Trump is currently winning the popular vote by 5 million votes. Meanwhile, it appears Trump will win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Polling Market currently has Trump's odds of winning the election at a jaw-dropping 94%. He says, Kamala, or, well, not he, the Vigilant Fox tweets out, Kamala is basically toast.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Trump has an 89% chance of winning Michigan, according to the New York Times. So you go back to what Vance said earlier on, when the New York Times is conceding those things begrudgingly for sure, you start to go like, I just, now the map 246, like it's just, it feels like it's coming in the next 20 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah. The interesting thing is nobody's talked, like none of us have even mentioned this tonight. How red would this map have been if it was against Joe Biden?
Oh, it'd be, yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd still have, what's going on with the Georgia color? What does that mean? Projected winner, but not actually called. Okay. All right. So Georgia right now is slashy red. The slashy.
Yes, but Shannon's saying CNN just called it.
Well, I mean, we've been looking at this for half an hour and saying that they've won it.
Yeah,
and that's before we looked at it for 2 hours and said, it's really promising.
Yeah, but this is why you tune in to election coverage. Like, damn it, just call it already. The numbers say.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be the people calling it. Do we not call enough stuff? Should we be calling more things? I mean, let's Phil says he wants to see a pic of Creepy Joe sniffing the map. Well, you know what? Here's Montana, and there's him sniffing Idaho. There's Creepy Joe sniffing Idaho. You want it? There you got it.
Here, I'm just going to let you listen to the... You tell me if you can hear this, too. So this is... Andy Lee had put this out on Twitter. Actually, if you want to pull it up, that might be the better way. But go to Andy Lee's Twitter and pull up. Here is the clip of CBC's guest, Aisha Mills, claiming Trump's propaganda campaign is taken directly out of Hitler's playbook.
Deadly pathogen.
Right there.
Okay, here we go.
Let's listen to this.
You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. This is directly out of Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, I mean, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. You're talking about...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the people sowing distrust in the establishments are the people in the establishments.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Like, I just can't agree more. Like, every time I hear that, I'm like, nope, Trump's doing his own thing. I'll give it that. But after that, it's like, who's sowing distrust? You morons in there.
Can you believe this guy is calling us out on our bullshit? What the hell?
You know who just texted? Would you like ski goggles himself?
Yeah, let's bring him on.
Let me see if I can.
Vitamin D, best hair on Twitter. Been in stitches all night, guys.
Oh, man.
CBC is so pathetic. And then Kevin, it was great meeting you this weekend, by the way, Kevin. I voted for twos. I don't know what you voted for me in, but I appreciate that.
Forgive me. I'm going to get...
Yeah, no, that's fine. We just got a lot of people in the comments saying the various people calling Georgia. CNN, NBC. They were basically just waiting for the Mashup to call Georgia before they were going to jump in on it. That's kind of how it goes. Phil wants to know, maybe Creepy Joe nibbling on the Florida Panhandle. I don't think there's one of Creepy Joe nibbling on the Panhandle. I don't know. It doesn't quite look the same, but maybe that's just me. So, apparently, according to Brenda Belanger, Trump is preparing his motorcade. He should be preparing a speech of some kind, I'm guessing. Like, it looks like it's pretty fucking set. So, I mean, we haven't talked about Pennsylvania, but it hasn't moved. Michigan hasn't really moved. Wisconsin's more or less set.
Scroll a touch up, too. Give me. Let me see the numbers. There we go. 246, 182. Come on now.
So, again, Arizona, neck and neck, exactly like Lieutenant Colonel Steve had to say. And Nevada, I swear to God, there were numbers there at some point tonight.
You know what's funny is Google doesn't want to give it. It's still at 230, 210. You know, when I watch this being CNN predicting 240, you know, right there, 230, 210, it doesn't want to switch it. And that's interesting to me because, you know, you're starting to see other maps and other things like the New York Times come out and say different things. 246, 182. Like, I mean, you know, like when are we getting that? You know, wouldn't it be cool? I think it'd be really cool if we could just, if I had a crystal ball and I could just see into the future.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
You need 15 minutes. And then Donald Trump's gonna have a speech. I'd be like, man, let's play the speech. That'd be sweet. We haven't had.
You know what? We need to get an in with Donald Trump. I don't know. Why haven't you had RFK Jr. on your show yet, Sean?
I've been working hard on a lot of people, and yeah, I mean,
you just said hard on.
You would pick that up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you'd pick that up.
Okay, what's going? Brendan Belanger says Michigan 52-46.
That might be Minnesota. Oh. No, I know it isn't. Continue. Pennsylvania
50.8, 48, according to CNN. And she also chimes in 3-7 swing states so far. Yeah.
And T-Short says many varying results by news networks. This is ridiculous.
I think this is pretty standard, isn't it?
To be totally fair, though, I don't know how their feed goes, but I know with the feeds that we've had from previous election coverages, that sometimes, like, it seems as though the networks, they'll wait to update so that they can talk about it. They'll wait a minute or two, whereas ours, just as soon as it hits the RSS feed, it gets updated. But we're not really focused on that too terribly much. Whereas them, it's like, ooh, it's an update. This is so exciting for both of the people watching. But if they're staggering things so that they can talk about it live as it unfolds, it's kind of like when you're watching or when you're listening to hockey. Like, you ever listen to hockey on the radio? It's always a few seconds behind what happens, and then sometimes a few things get glossed over. I feel like that's kind of what happens with the map in elections.
Phil Primo wants us to play a clip, but I don't know how to get it.
Yeah, if that's a fucking Rickroll, you're banned.
Let's see if I can.
I don't think we can play it anyway.
Well, I mean, he's got to email it to us or something too, because I can't get it. He says it's from 2020. So if you can type that, if you can type it out, Twos can play.
I am definitely not going to type out the AZQ-ZFLPIU question mark SI equals UJBBGBY 7.
Jill Beers McNeils. I'm getting tired out and I'm getting sleepy out in New Brunswick.
Well, yeah, you guys are like 3 hours ahead of everything.
Yeah, you know, it's only like 1 a.m. there.
Seriously, don't you have to work tomorrow? Well, not if you're Jill Beers, I guess.
What the hell is Zoltan doing? You send the guy the link.
Okay, so he said he's coming on or what?
Well, I asked him if he was still up. He said yes. So then I sent him the link.
All right.
I don't know.
Did he respond to that? I don't even know.
Here, 3 minutes left.
We got 89% here. If Zoltan can come on in the next 3 minutes, you guys take over. I got to finally break the seal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go break the seal. Phil, I can't copy it. That's the problem. I can't copy what's going on.
Yeah, it just shows up as like a video, like it's just part of the video. We can't even just select it in the screen. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Phil, send it to me at Shaun Newman podcast at gmail.com. Shaun, SHAUN. Shaun Newman podcast at gmail.com. I'll see if we can't find a way to play it if Tooze gets back on here. Everybody's favorite. He's got a mascot. What are you doing, Zoltan? I don't know if it's going to show up here. Are you going to come in? Maybe. Trying to get Zoltan on, and I can't hear you. I can't see you. All right. 246, 182. Yeah, it's been an interesting night. We have here Jamie Sinclair, the snoring legend, is maybe going to join us here at the end as well. Wouldn't that be something? All of our election live streams to have a guy end it with snoring might be interesting as we cross the 4-hour mark or about to. Phil, here, I'll put it in the comments. Here, give me a sec. There, it's coming at you, Phil. Okay. Zoltan, can you hear me? I don't know. You keep freezing up. I can see you're wearing a mask. I don't know what that's all about. Are you blending in? Is that what we're doing here? Okay. Anyways, I can't get Zoltan in. 246, 180, 182. We have a live election for Nova Scotia. That's going to be our next one. We do end of November. So looking forward to that. I don't know. I'd be curious if what people think. What province has voted Liberal Premier? What is this going on?
You got Zoltan just sitting in the wings.
I can't get him. Well, you go away, you break the seal, you come back on, and you're throwing shade against me. He keeps popping in, and I can't hear him. I'm talking to myself for the last little bit. Donna,
that's gotta suck.
Yeah, Henrique says thanks again, guys, for the great coverage. Appreciate everybody coming in and staying on and hanging
Brenda
out.
Blanche saying stay blue, New Hampshire. Yep.
Shimmy, Swami.
Samsonite. Oh,
Samsonite.
so
Dang. Yeah. Jamie, I was saying to the audience too, Jamie Sinclair might pop in, and I'm like, wouldn't it be awesome if every election live stream we ended with Jamie passing out, sleeping away, snoring away? Zoltan, can you hear us?
You sound like an 80s cyborg right now, like. Oh, hey, there we. Oh, and he's gone.
Well, I don't. What are we doing here? Zoltan's either figuring it out. He's going to give us the thumbs up, and when he's got the thumbs up, we'll bring him in. He's giving us a thumbs up. All right.
Let's just
Zoltan, this is the last time I'm trying here.
Are you guys there? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah. I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Doing
fantastic.
Fine,
you're sitting in Seattle right now, or what?
I'm in the Seattle Convention Center at the Democrat Convention for Washington State.
Oh. Belly of the beast.
I'm in the belly of the beast. The crowd is thinning.
Actually, I have seen the obesity reports from the States. That is probably not true. The obesity reports. You said the crowd's thinning.
Stop trying to crack joke twos. Ask him some questions about being at the Democratic things.
Okay, first off, why? How about that? Why?
What are you doing there?
Did you get
lost? I met some people at the bar. Bye, Tony. Good luck. Yeah, and they snuck me in. So now I'm here. This place was full just like an hour ago or so, and now it's empty.
So they're like, we've lost. I mean, there's another sign that just shows they're not going to be partying all night.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to go to the Chop next. I know you guys have limited time left for your stream, but I thought I'd give you kind of some on-the-ground coverage.
Yeah. What were they talking about? Did you, I mean, I assume that, because you went there, that you talked to a few people there. What was the conversations like?
Mostly just talked to people in the alley. They had their own personal problems. They didn't give a shit about the election.
All right. So you're in Seattle and you go to this thing and then you just hang out in the alley behind it talking to.
Yeah. It was $11 a beer in the convention. So once I got the wristbands, I was like, fuck this. There's a liquor store right across the street. Excuse my language. So yeah.
Everybody wants to know why you're wearing a mask. Why you're wearing the face diaper, Zoltan.
I'll tell you exactly why. Andy No, of all people, everybody knows Andy No, told me to be very careful. So that anytime Andy No is messaging you and telling you to be careful, you're kind of second guessing your best judgment. But that was because I was in the Chop. I'm sure here is perfectly fine, but I'm actually on my way back to the Chop now.
And what is the Chop?
Like the steakhouse?
Sorry?
Chop Steakhouse?
What's the Chop?
Oh, the Chop, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, or the Capitol Hill Occupation Protests, or the Chaz. This is better well known. Went through several different name iterations.
So you're literally going there? You've been there?
Oh yeah, I've been there for like the last 3 days.
I'm sorry,
This is taking a hard left turn.
How many electoral votes does the Chaz get?
Sorry, guys, you're cutting out a little bit. Reception's not very good here.
What can you tell? What can you tell us about the Chaz?
Oh, it's just like a mini version of Vancouver. It's just like a de facto open air drug den, basically. So I met a lot of interesting homeless folks there. They were nice enough. They were also not interested in the election because they also had their own problems to deal with, I suppose.
Are they still trying to grow food there?
Pardon me?
Are they still trying to grow food there?
Food there?
Food.
Bye,
Are they
Tony.
trying to grow food?
Oh, no, the garden is gone.
With everybody?
Yeah, the community garden is gone. I actually talked to one of the ladies. She claims that she was one of the original planters of the garden. And she's pretty upset about it still, which I find kind of amusing.
Zoltan
will not be speaking tonight.
Yeah,
Kamala
Zoltan
will not be speaking tonight.
Correct. Zoltan, we're gonna kick you loose. Thanks for hopping in and giving us a live look at your life.
This was awesome. Of
course, my pleasure.
I feel like you should be live streaming your entire life, and I would tune into all of it.
This is literally what everybody's been waiting for. They're like, why has the live election not been doing some crazy stuff? You're welcome, folks. Zoltan hooking us up from downtown Seattle and giving us a live thought process or a live, I don't even know, into the Chaz. And I'm like, I
fucking beauty. Well done, Zoltan.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Stay safe.
Cheers
big
from
fella.
the land of milk and honey.
Every time I talk to that guy, which has only been twice, to be fair, I'm like, he's like my new favorite person.
All right, I'm gonna forward this to 222. Okay, Twos, you got an email coming towards you. Okay, it's from Phil Primo. This was the link he tried sending to you. I have no idea what it is.
All right,
Phil, we're putting it on your hands here because I'm like, okay, we're 7 minutes over the 4 hours.
All right, we're just gonna keep going forward. Not a Rickroll. Yeah, that's exactly what I would say if this was a fucking Rickroll. By the way,
I'm sitting here and I'm going, I got Brad Wall tomorrow morning. I would like to be not up till 4 in the morning And I'm going.
So he bailed on going on the show with me, but he's going on with just you.
Correct. He saw you were going to be there and was like, "Screw that." I don't blame him.
What a good judge of character that man is.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay, here's whatever Phil sent us. So
Phil, this is going to set it. We're either
Phil.
shutting it down immediately, or this is going to spur us on for another 15 minutes.
When I went to sleep, Trump had the lead. How the hell did we go from election day to election week? The posters got it wrong again. They must have been confused. But I tell ya about shit myself when I turn on the morning news. Cause they found ballots full of ballots at 3 a.m. All the way from Georgia to Michigan. They took the caps off of their Sharpies and they filled them fuckers in. All those pallets full of ballots, all for Joe Biden.
This guy can fucking play.
Well, isn't that sweet? He got just what he needs. They found just enough folks to get Sleepy Joe the lead. He said, come on, man, I hope you'll be a good sport. Donald Trump said, fuck that shit, I'll see your ass in court. Bring those pallets full of ballots found at 3 a.m. All the way from Georgia to Michigan. They called Arizona early, and the only way to win is the pallets full of ballots all for Joe Biden. Somebody better wake him up, said Joe as Superman. To tell the truth, I think he forgot he was running for president.
Probably true.
But it doesn't matter. Cause they found pallets full of ballots at 3 a.m. All the way from Arizona to Wisconsin. They want us to bend over so they can fuck us again. It's pallets full of ballots, that's the only way they'll win. Yeah, there's pallets full of ballots, all for Joe Biden.
There you go.
That was deadly.
Phil Primo, thanks for the email. And there you go, you folks. You can find a way to get things on the show. All right, we're 246, 182. What do you want to do here, Twos?
Well, Phil says the next one is a Rickroll, so watch for that coming through our emails.
Okay.
I'm suspicious of it. But yeah, basically, so Georgia's conditionally called. Pennsylvania's at 92% with 120,000 votes, or 115 now. It literally just updated while I was looking at it. Pretty close, but not actually. Michigan is 62%. So if he takes Pennsylvania and Georgia, which it looks like he's going to do, Virginia, which is not even fucking close and has been called. All right. So now the only route to victory for Kamala, who went to bed early, which is actually classic considering the fact that that's what Joe Biden did as well. So she's going to find 200,000 votes in Michigan at 62%. Yeah, technically possible, maybe. Or 115,000 in Wisconsin. And she's got to take all these. 115,000 in Wisconsin at 86%. Arizona, still a coin toss. It's within 12,000 votes at 52%. And Nevada is 22,000 at 68%. So Nevada and Arizona could go either way, but significant ground overcome in Michigan and Wisconsin. And I'm saying this right now. We're looking at Nevada numbers, and they're at 68% now. They were blank 20 minutes ago, and now they're at 68%. I swear to God, we saw them earlier on in the night. I don't know what happened there, but I'm weirded out.
They put their election loss under their pillows, and the ballot ferry comes at 3 a.m.
How the hell is Hawaii called and Alaska is not?
Don't know.
Yeah, basically, Yeah. Arizona, Nevada could go either way at this point. Wisconsin and Michigan, pretty determined, I guess, but not 100%. I mean, Michigan had the thing with the water pipes breaking in the middle of the night, and then Michigan and Wisconsin had a whole bunch of ballots show up after everybody went to bed. So I think we should call it here, say Trump is the new president, and wake up tomorrow to broken pipes in Michigan and pallets full of ballots.
You hear that, folks? The mashup has finally called it. Trump's winning. Right?
Yeah.
At this point, we're going, there's no logical way.
There's no logical way.
Right.
There's no mathematically feasible way. But there's still a way. There is still a way.
Harris announced that she will speak Wednesday at Howard University in Richmond. And
yeah, so that
Brenda also says, yes, it was pink. So there's somebody saying you were not wrong. So
yeah,
folks,
you don't wait to do a victory speech 2 days later. That's a concession speech and sour grapes and probably something about Trump and abortion.
Boys and girls, people of all ages, thanks for hopping on. This has
Thanks
been
very much, guys.
You know, for throwing things together kind of last minute, I can admit. It was a lot of fun, and appreciate all the people who came on and made it what it was. Certainly to have Tom Luongo start us off, Scott Marsland, and then roll through all the guys we had to have.
I was really impressed with Tom tonight.
Yeah, well, and then
that nightly,
Martin Armstrong and Vance Crowe in the same chat. Like, what a wild world to be in. Appreciate everybody coming on. Appreciate all you fine folks for tuning in to the Mashups live U.S. election coverage. And we look forward to hopefully you guys having some fun with us. And, you know, I don't know, it's like 3 weeks. And
Nova Scotia's next, probably, unless a federal one is, well, federal is going to be at least 60 days. So Nova Scotia's next. But basically, if you're enjoying this coverage, tune into all of anytime there is an election in Canada, even if it's some bullshit place that nobody gives a shit about, like the Yukon or fucking Quebec, we'll be there covering it.
Yeah, our plan is to make sure we cover everything Canadian, and then for the U.S. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. We
should do like some weird one, like I don't know, Panama or Romania or something like that. We should just do some live coverage of something.
We'll see. We'll see. Well,
that's a polite way of saying that.
We've literally just come through 3 live election coverages in the last
week and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize this was going to be what it was, you know, when we first started it, but it's been a lot of fun. So thanks everybody for tuning in. That's going to do it for us here on the Mashup. We're calling it Donald Trump. If tomorrow we wake up, we're going to play that song. If things have changed.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm really looking forward to waking up to something like this again, except it's going to have to be a much bigger bump.
That's right.
And Tane says, where should I go to watch it? Wherever you're watching it tonight is where you can watch the next one.
Yeah, we'll be on X, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook. So look forward to having you guys along for the next one. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll catch up to you
right from the start to the very end. Always appreciated. And by the way, if you're not subscribed to us on YouTube, you probably should. Not that we do anything extra special with it, but it just kind of helps us out because there's some people who need to see us being big on YouTube, regardless of the fact that we beat CBC or CTV on election coverage.
All right.
So,
folks,
thanks everybody.
Thanks again for hopping in.
Subscribe on YouTube. For the love of God, please. And thank you.